Goats? Yeah. I brought four goats today. You brought four bricks.
And here we are. It's Thursday night, so we've set up a play day with all of the Catman's friends. And you know what? We'll throw the Catman in there too. Hello, everybody. I'm Wes Tucker. I'll be keeping you company throughout tonight's action. 5, 10, 20, no limit, as we waste no time in bringing you the action this evening. So right now, the Catman just flatting with Queen 10. Vegas Viet with Ace Jack suited, making it 100 to go. Gets a couple of callers, including the pocket eights of Andy. And away we go. Andy flopping top set. And he's first to act, so he's going to check on over. Vegas Viet, the pre-flop aggressor, going to continue. Does so for 165. And Andy, a new face in the TCH Live universe. Give you a little background on him in just a moment. But he's going to go ahead with the check raise now. Makes it 425 to go. Going to chase everyone, including Vegas Viet, out. So the newcomer, Andy, wins our first pot of the evening. Again, a big thank you to everybody spending your Thursday night with us here at Texas Card House Houston. 6100 West Timer, Suite 142. Your home for all of the exciting no-limit hold'em action you can handle. So we take a look here at our lineup. We got some of the old guard and some new friendly faces in our rotation this evening, including the young man in the sixth seat, Andy, making his first appearance at not only a live stream table, but at stakes above 1-3 no limit. So we wish Andy the very best of luck. He's decided to jump into a pool with these sharks, so wish him luck from home as well. As action goes over to him, he's got King 5 suited. And King 5 offsuit. I'm going to go ahead and just flat the 20. Again, not a new face, but a semi-familiar face in Joe joining us today in the 7 seat as well. As we get back around to Otis with a suited ace. He's going to go ahead and make the call. I will chase Andy away, so we will go heads up to a flop.
Then I realized it was me first. Very sorry.
Flop comes ace high, but 2 spades. So flopping top pair is Otis.
Yeah, I know.
Best draw by far is Joe.
Yeah, dude, it's my turn after you.
And Otis now leading into Joe. This is going to cause some head scratching for the gentleman in seat 7. He's going to cut out the raise here. You know, a little suspicious of Otis taking the lead after just calling pre-flop, and now we're going heads up to the turn. That'll complete the flush draw for Joe. Again, the quality raise from Joe. I was going to say, it may have kept Otis firing, but instead he's going to slow down. Otis, in his mind, probably more worried about his kicker than that spade, truth be told. And Otis drawing completely dead. And Joe's going to go ahead and rip it all in. And a smart fold from Otis. So Joe takes it down, getting max value in his mind with that raise pre-flop. But nonetheless, we move right along. And for those who have not been following the action for the Fall Classic, it has been quite the ride. But it all culminates in the No Limit Hold'em, $500,000 guaranteed main event starting October 17th.
I don't remember what you're talking
And
about.
plenty
I'm gonna say it.
of opportunities. 8 starting flights to put your name on the ledger for the Lions' share of $500,000.
Yeah.
52 raised to 60. 3 fold, 5 fold, 6 fold.
Yeah, another new face of the table, a gentleman in the 2-seat, Lynn. He's heads up with the Catman here, ace-7 suited. And the flop comes 9 high. The Catman does pair 7s.
2 0 1.
And Lynn gonna continue here. Catman not going anywhere.
This is 175.
175 now the bet. See if the Catman elects to chase further down the rabbit hole. You can see his thoughts dancing like a cat on a hot tin roof right now. He is going to make the call, so we go to the river. And the river comes the 9 of diamonds. Goes check, check. Catman turns over the 7, and Lynn will take it down with the snowman. The 8s have been showing up in force so far this evening. And for those just joining us, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe while you're there. Don't miss any action from any streaming Texas Card House location, be it Houston, Austin, Dallas. We've got action, the action you want to see as we see Viet wake up with pocket jacks. Again, before the camera started rolling, Vegas Viet was running like God, and you can see the size of his stack there, 7,700. As we kick things off. Back around to the Catman, who's got himself a suited gapper. Definitely going to want to see a flop with that. Oh, instead, he's going to get a little saucy with it. Going to bump it up, make it 250 to go. And I like this flat from Viet here. And the Catman pairs 7s again. Check, check, brings the tray of hearts. And Viet definitely scared of that ace. That king isn't going to help him at all either. After getting 3-bet pre-flop, can definitely see this just going check, check. The Catman not going to want to put anything else in the middle. That is how it'll go. Jacks are good. And the Catman will relinquish again a pair of 7s. So things off to a quick start tonight as we take a look at the went to showdown numbers there at the bottom of your screen. Vegas Viet, out of 11 hands, has gone to showdown 50% of the time. Catman right behind him is actually is tied with Lynn and Joe in that particular category, and the Catman right behind him. So far, the rest of the table have been getting the job done without having to go to showdown. Lots of respect there.
But the only time I watch baseball is when in the playoffs. Yeah, I never watch any baseball ever. But when the Astros in the playoffs,
Just flatting here with Big Slick. That's David back in the 3-seat this evening.
7 fold, 8 fold, 9 fold, 5 fold.
And the Catman with Queen Tray of Diamonds. So we go 4 ways to the flop. Flop comes 8 high, 2 hearts.
9 check. 3 check.
Otis flopping top pair.
2 bets, 5 bets, 130.
And he's going to let him hear about it. Bets 130 into the field. And that will chase everybody away.
Just like looking at baseball, it's so boring just to watch.
Again, among the new faces, we got some old reliable faces in there as well as we welcome Duke back to the 9 seat. Caleb,
That's how I feel about
his
baseball.
normal spot in either the 4 or 6, so he's in the 4 this evening. Take a look at earnings so far. Right now, the big earner, David, up 1,700. And we'll keep an eye, of course, on Andy, who's our second biggest earner so far. And his very first live stream, let alone his very first 5-10 game, 5-10-20, is how we decided to go. Baptism by fire, definitely my preferred choice of teaching. He is going to fold pocket trace here to the low jack raise of Otis with ace king.
Ain't gonna get cracked.
I thought for sure.
And Otis getting all the respect in the world as everything will just fold around to him.
Yeah, there's no shadows there.
What's the book? The book say, well, sometimes the book will be, I'm rich, I don't give a fuck.
And the book, usually he's wearing a white hat.
You go for 1,700, somebody just like, yeah, fuck it. Wherever I'm rich, I'm gonna go for it.
But there's 2 guys wearing white hats, so I don't know.
That's why I'm telling you, I automatically eliminate myself.
Caleb under the gun with suited connectors, king, queen of spades.
60, 5 folds, 6 folds. 60.
It's around to Joe with ace tray of hearts. Again, Joe definitely one of those guys who wants to see a flop with any suited ace, let alone the Catman who wakes up with trays. And Lynn's got himself 6s, so he's just going to flat as well. Action gets back around to David with his own high-suited connector, Queen Jack of Hearts.
But it's not, yeah, and then it was like watching his ears just fall back.
Yeah.
And David flops open-ended.
Love is total shit.
You can see right now 6s. The big hand at the moment. Gutter ball for Caleb, however, with a backdoor spade draw to add to his credit. And the Catman with trays. Gonna put some pressure on everybody. That will chase Lynn away. David going nowhere with the open ender. How about Caleb with the gutter ball? Let's see if he can find a call. Indeed he does. Joe will fold that mess, and we go 3 ways to the turn. Four of clubs. Not going to change anything. You see the Catman takes a significant leap in the odds with his pocket 3s. Goes check, check. See if the Catman continues to fire at this pot. It's already up over $1,000. He will indeed. 750. The bet from Catman. Well, he's going to be as nervous as a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs if someone makes this call. And he will get the opposition to fold, so the Catman gets it done. Shows the trays. They were good.
Two people.
The trays are good. He did get Lynn to fold the winning hand, should he stay in. But of course, the pocket trays hold,
No shot.
and the Catman drags a good pot.
Am I?
You see?
Barely. Sorry. That was sorry. I was either gonna check raise or fold. Thank you for folding. I was like, when David think, I'm like, fuck, you're gonna shove on me. Yeah, I was gonna check. Fuck me. I was gonna raise or fold. I'm like, oh, you're gonna go 2,500. I can't call.
Raise to 75.
Yeah, I'll be like, barrel.
And hey now, Andy waking up with aces. The red aces, as a matter of fact. Viet gonna call with a gapper 8-7. Caleb not gonna want to see a flop with 6-7, so it's gonna be Andy versus the longtime pro Vegas Viet. The flop comes king high. Dream scenario for the kid. Just gonna bet 100 into this pot. Viet sticks around, of course. Does have a gutter ball to his credit. Now has a 10 to add to his outs. Check, check to the river, and there's the 8. So Viet getting a piece of it at the end. Andy's going to need to bet this if he wants any sort of value. It will go check, check. Oh, goodness. So probably a missed opportunity, and right away you hear Viet saying, "You're trying to trap me." So it looks like Viet knew where he was the whole time. So well played, Viet, losing the absolute minimum in that pot. And may have gotten him to pay off a little bit, having hit that 8 on the river. But nonetheless, we move on. Well done, Andy.
Sure. Just let me know. I'm always down for sushi. Even though I can't eat a bunch anymore. Because I ain't got no stomach. I got like 10 pieces.
That's probably great.
Yeah, it saved me money. I got like 8 to 10 pieces.
Joe with 7 tray suited says no thank you.
That's all I got.
Meanwhile, Lynn gonna flat here with Jack 10 offsuit.
Spencer was saying he wanted to go to get in.
Yeah,
I've never been there, heard of it.
I haven't done that one yet.
I want to play the heads up, but can't be 4
Three
people.
check, 5 check.
6 high flop, paired 5s.
3 check, 5 check.
Tray of diamonds. Again, just making this a little more confusing for everybody.
3 12.
And Lynn deciding to break the ice. Does bet 80.
5 10.
Will entice both his opponents to stick around, so we go to the river, and there's the 4.
3 check.
Which means that it's going to be a straight for Otis, utilizing the 7, and he's going to take the lead on it. So Otis able to draw out a quality call on the turn, to say the least, and had a ton of equity to do so. Arguably the most equity among the players still in the pot. As we go through a quick dealer change, we say good night to Miss Helen and hello to Mike.
Cool. So I'm just grabbing my ankles.
And while we get the change underway, we take a quick look at the aggression stats, this time being the Rays first in. The Catman, been the most aggressive player at the table this evening, up by a 6%
I got no friends.
31% as a matter of fact. Caleb behind him at 25. See if that trend continues.
Yeah, I've got that 5 on the base.
Whoa. Someone sick, huh?
I just said my name and my number.
Yeah.
Thank you. I got no friends. Yes.
5? Okay.
But no bomb pop, right? No bomb. Okay, because I was shit. I'll get up and walk away from the table. Dude, I don't even.
Yeah, we get ready to rock and roll, but remember, still plenty of time
Might need another bump on the base back.
to get involved in the Fall Classic at TCH Spring. And if I'm not mistaken, you've got a couple more flights left should you want to try your hand in the PLO Progressive Knockout Bounty. 75K guaranteed.
That's right.
And of course, the more players you knock out, the more meaty of a target you become as the bounty on you
What's
increases.
your name, by the way?
Joe.
Joe. All right. Otis, nice to meet you, man. Oh, I don't know how to get
Sitting here, but sitting. Good, Joe. Thing is,
I need all my money for the strain.
Facts, bro. Facts.
9 fold. 1 makes it 175. 2 fold.
It's like I think that. I didn't know anybody else felt that way too. Now I know that.
Came to play today.
7 fold. 8 calls, 175. 7's not it. My fault.
Pretty much every gambler feels that way at some point.
100.
So Viet with the jacks and Catman getting a piece of the flop. And away we go now to the turn, the tray of clubs. Not going to change anything. Viet still leaps and bounds ahead of the Catman. And the 5 will pair the boards. That's going to make the Catman feel a little bit better about his hand.
280.
But Viet, good opportunity here for some value. Is going to make it 280.
That card helps you.
Call 280.
That didn't help me.
Jack.
And Viet going to take it down. Of course, the Catman not going to stick his tail where it doesn't belong that time.
Very light.
We move right along.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Very light.
And talking about the structure of a progressive knockout bounty tournament, it is interesting to say the least. Everybody starts off with the same bounty on their head. And how it works is you knock out a player, half of the bounty chips you can't go in your pocket as cash. The other half are added to your bounty stack, which means when you get knocked out, you become worth more as a target, which just makes for a much more aggressive tournament, a lot more action, and let alone it's already pot limit Omaha. There's action galore out there.
He knows what I play, and then he
Trust me, we all do.
You're like, oh, I got a pair of 3, man. I gotta call you.
We're good, Joe. Thank you. $40 straddle.
50.
To the action now, looks like a $40 straddle. Viet with Queen Jack. He's going to go ahead and bump it up.
25. 3. Sorry, one bet's 125.
All right, it looks to be a $50 straddle instead, and will be raised up by Viet. Makes it 125 to go. Caleb with the Snowman. We've seen this hand do some damage already this evening.
8 makes it 450. 450. 1 fold.
And oh my goodness, the Catman with aces. Oh my goodness.
I know my boy Caleb gonna be. There you go. I know my boy Caleb slow playing something.
So a couple of pairs going at it here.
They don't mess around on the button. I've never seen.
And it's an ace-high flop, so the Catman sitting pretty so far. Not going to need to burn one of his 9 lives on this hand. So he does check it over. Caleb does hold a heart in his hand, so there is some possibility for a backdoor flush. And he is going to bet it. Caleb going to bet 375. And the Catman just going to flat with it again. So big pot here, 1,800 in the middle, and now a queen will hit the turn. Snap check from the Catman. Caleb drawing absolutely dead, just lighting fire to any money he puts in the middle. He's reaching for the big yellow disc. Again, the yellow chips are worth $1,000 each. Does elect to go a little differently, though. Looks to be about 625, and now the Catman will take a look down at the remaining stack of Caleb. Again, Caleb committing the vast majority of his stack to the pot already. The Catman can either flat here, hoping he improves on the river, or just put him to a decision now. And there it is. The Catman's all in and snap fold from Caleb.
Come with the goods.
As the Catman will table the best hand.
Ace queen.
Oh my god, you doubled me.
Absolutely brutal. And Viet stating that he did have ace queen throughout all this. Personally, I do not remember, but I'll take his word for it. As we take a look at the updated player earnings for the evening, the Catman up $1.6 thousand. $1,600. Sounds a little less anticlimactic that way, but I'll say it anyway. Meanwhile, throwing the party so far is Caleb, down $2,100. Unfortunately, just off of a week last week where he threw the party as well. And last week, just not the week for Caleb. Hoping he can turn it around. However, off to a rocky start this evening. Meanwhile, the kid, Andy, up 750 so far. So good on you, Andy. Welcome to the world of 5-10 no limit.
Am I supposed to convince myself that I make a wrong play?
You want the chips? Two fold. Got the chips.
So should I just call and wait for the
Couple of sevens now for Caleb after losing the last hand with eights. Andy's got himself a suited king, king 6. And the flat man's got himself 5 trace suited, so we're going 4 ways to the flop here. Flop comes jack high, 2 spades. Andy with the second nut flush draw. A set of sevens for Caleb. So this is going to get a little interesting.
You don't even see the flop.
Caleb with middle set going to lead out for 150. Open-ended for Otis.
Last time I did that,
He's going to go ahead and pop it up. Makes it 380. Now Andy with the second nut flush draw. What's he going to do?
I tried to make myself look strong too. I'm like, no, I'm not. I got 8 high.
And Andy going to go ahead, just flat the 380. Bringing action back around to Caleb with middle set. This is the point where Caleb's going to want to put the rest of the stack in.
Oh, what timing. I picked the right timing every time. I tried to bluff him. Never worked. Fucking snap me every time.
And there it is, all in from Caleb with the sevens.
Probably.
1695.
No, that's yeah.
1695.
90.
So just under 1,700. The bet from Caleb.
So if I call,
And now open-ended is Otis.
you bet, he might fold me up.
Yeah.
Caleb might fold. And then I was just like, I probably
Mo the Cat, I could not agree more. Never trust poker players. Never trust poker players.
You'd be like, oh, 1,300.
Mo the Cat, always a pleasure to have you in the chat, my friend.
You got King Jack? Sure, no problem. Let me ship it to you.
And Otis is going to call, so now Andy with king 6 of spades. What does he do? The pot bloats to well over $4,000.
90 more, Otis.
1690.
Again, Andy, a 1-3 player up until this point, playing the biggest pot of his young career. And Otis has another $2,000 behind. Andy with 2,700 behind. This could get out of hand real fast.
Slap my raise there, you would have got everything.
How should I just fuck? No, I can't.
Why not? You know, so you don't know how to fish? You ever fish?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Hey, I lose every time.
Oh, so you catch a shark every time?
No, every time I try to, like, you know what, let me slow play. Bang! Where you at? I got 2 pairs. Oh, shit, what the fuck? All in?
And there it is. Andy ships it all in. So now Otis put to a decision for his entire stack as this pot bloats to over $6,700. Again, drawing at just 19% equity. Jams it all in. And Otis at 14% put to the big decision.
He's asking how much it's cost. Okay.
And there's the call. Oh my goodness, an $8,000 pot.
3,080.
Yeah, 3,070.
So 1690.
1690 coming in. 1690. We'll give him 10 back for this. 1690.
So 1690 going into the main pot. There will be a substantial side pot as well between Andy and Otis. My goodness, Otis does have the kid out kicked should it come to just king high.
You got queen of 8 of spade.
Sure. There we go. Rip this.
All right, away we go. There's a jack. So 7's full of jacks will take it. And king high is going to take it for the side pot.
Running the side pot.
Yeah, we're running first. Spades.
Oh,
King. Got
And missing the open-ended straight draw, but winning the king high showdown. And it looks like there was a little confusion there. They were going to run it twice for the side pot. However, the main pot's fate is sealed. It will go to 7's full of jacks.
Yeah, that's good.
One more turn. One more turn.
Queen, jack, 10.
One more turn.
Yeah, there you go. So they chop in the side.
And the side pot does get chopped as the 9 of spades does become a character on that second board. So the side pot will be chopped between Andy and Otis. Meanwhile, Caleb with 7's full will take down a big pot to more than double up. He'll completely triple up. Boy, that's the kind of action you get here in Houston. Absolute domination for Caleb as he'll drag the massive main pot. The side pot will be chopped up, and now the kid gets his first taste of the draw out of higher stakes poker. Again, a 1-3 player up to this point. Bobby, good to see you in the chat again, my friend.
But here's the same thing. If he's drawing for whatever 8 high, 7 high thing,
It's true, I could have hearts there.
and playing on the river, he's not
What?
calling it.
Yeah, but he's not
Yeah.
I was surprised because I'm like, look, I'm going drawing.
Yeah. He might have an 8
Yeah.
high flush draw.
Yeah.
Again, there we take a look at the VPIP for tonight. The Catman sitting at 63% when it comes to it.
We're good, Joe.
Vegas Viet waking up with a hand again.
I'm so
And
glad
away
you
we
won
go.
finally. I feel good for you.
Again, Bobby, glad to hear you're coming out. I'll make sure I'm there to see you. Definitely looking forward to seeing some more friendly faces out here. It's a great place already. Helping to add a few more to it as Andy looks down at ace-8 of hearts. Raises the action up to 150 through to the Catman who will fold. Duke folds behind him, and now ace-jack. For Viet facing a raise for $100 more. And he will get Viet to fold ace-jack. Again, he knows that Andy not doing this with less than premium pre-flop. So we chug right along.
I'm not worried about it. That hand was against the flush. I'm like, fuck it.
Again, Bobby, I did get my hands on one of those sweatshirts. See, the Catman's actually wearing one right now. It is a Texas Card House Houston exclusive. So anybody looking for some premium Catman drip, come on out to TCH Houston. Otis with 7-6 offsuit, the Catman. Gonna throw 5-4 offsuit into the litter box. And now Viet with the 8s. The all doom bringing 8s. And Duke, who initially called the 20, does have one of Viet's 8s in his hand. But it'll be Otis and Viet going to battle. The flop comes 9 high. Pair of 6s for Otis. Viet with second pair in his mind. He's going to bring Otis along for another street. To the turn we go. It's the ace of diamonds. In the way this was done pre-flop, I really don't see this slowing down Viet at all. And he is going to bet at it. Makes it 155. And Otis just going to quickly call. To the river we go. It's a 10. So should Duke have stayed in, would have wound up rivering the straight. Instead, it'll go check, check on the river. Viet will turn over the 8s. And Otis will muck the 6 in disgust. Again, a big thank you to everybody spending their Thursday evening with TCH Live. Catman's 5, 10, 20 no limit hold'em coming your way. You take a look now at more aggression numbers. The aggression frequency, that is being led by the kid, Andy, in seat number 6. Again, his first taste of higher stakes. And so far, he's won a few decent-sized pots and lost a huge pot as well. Definitely the biggest pot of his career. We go over to the Catman, who will raise the action with 6, 7 of spades. Well, I tell you, the picture of that cat's going to haunt me in my nightmares. My goodness. He will call the 200 raise from Duke, and off we go now. Heads up.
I am fine.
Queen high flop.
Thank you.
Open-ended for the Catman, of course.
You bet 130.
130. The raise and the call, and there is the 4 completing the straight. This cat's got 9 lives as he turns the 7 high straight. I mean the 8 high straight. And now he'll bet it. And Duke will release Ace King. And the Catman will show the nuts.
I don't gamble, I don't gamble.
About 10 again. What, 2 weeks in a row? The week before he won like same thing.
He was up like 15.
Again, the Catman last week had to leave the game about an hour in. Did come back, however, after a 30-minute break.
I didn't watch it back to back. I saw showdowns.
Glad to see him staying put today.
Oh, yeah.
How much more?
Yeah. How much does, man?
I thought it was good. I was like, oh, okay.
Duke's like in his hands to make it fist pumps because Jamie hasn't called like this.
Yeah.
And Viet goes, oh, no snap call, you're good.
King Jack suited for the kid, Andy.
Yeah, that was $4,700.
6 is better.
Gets back around to Lynn with 9 tray of diamonds. Suited queen for David. He'll stick around. So we go 3 ways to the flop. And it's a 9-high flop, 9-7-5, 2 clubs. David with the club draw, top pair for Lynn. 2 overs for the kid, and the king of clubs gives him top pair, but a flush to David. Both Lynn and Andy drawing absolutely dead, and now Andy, who hits the king, is gonna bleed out.
2 spades, yeah.
Is going to get Lynn to stick around, however, after flopping top pair. Just going to flat 125. David going to bump things up, of course. Be insulted if he didn't. Makes it 425 to go. And this should send a clear message to the kid that top pair, no good.
Millman said he can't come right now, but he will try later.
But he is just going to go ahead and call.
I for sure give up my seat to Millman.
So we go heads up to the river. Oh my goodness, what a devastating river card. Top 2 for Andy. Still a flush to David, and now David gonna jam all in. And there's the call. The flush is good, and Andy goes felt for the first time in his high stakes career. We'll see if Andy sticks around a little while longer, if he elects to rebuy in.
Go back to 1
Yeah, it looks like he is done for the evening.
Just make it back and come next Thursday.
Playing 1-3, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, use it.
Thank you.
So we bid goodnight to the kid Andrew as he rides off into the sunset after his first taste of high stakes poker.
I can't tell what you mean.
And Romeo, to answer your question, the regular no limit hold'em game is a +1, right? You can elaborate on that a little further.
Oh, you destroyed the kid.
I apologize.
Why you destroy him like that?
Want to help you out, my friends, but I'm not sure how to answer that. I apologize.
Cold blood.
Cold-blooded.
So fucking cold.
Man, no one showed me mercy when I was 10.
10? What the fuck?
So we move right along again. Just an absolutely devastating river card. It could not have gotten any worse for Andy.
16, 9, 12, 1, 12, 2.
Again, on a board that wet too. It just comes with experience. He'll learn to know when he's not good in the situation. A tough spot indeed. Tough spot indeed, Bobby. This flop comes king high 2-5s. Remember my first taste of high stakes action like this. I had an early night as well. Thankfully, I lost flush over flush on it, but it's always brutal, and you always remember that first big loss.
9. Check 4.
And tray of hearts hitting the turn.
Check now. Don't worry, Jim.
Doing the steel wheel draw. Instead, the board will pair twice with the tray of clubs. So, kings up. Romeo, that is correct. Normally, it is with one hand of Omaha. Yes, sir.
My tattoos.
You generally see that with all of the games that are not televised. Yes.
What is that?
I'm making them here. Tattoo.
Oh, you're making them here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was asking why you don't.
So kings up, good enough to take the pot down. As we take a look now at the stacks and earnings.
To meet people.
It is David leading the way with just under $3 grand in profit. Meanwhile, Otis at the table, statistically throwing the party. Of course, we know that Andrew is the biggest donator of cash tonight to the table so far.
They had to tattoo the spots. So
Since '99, I haven't been out there, so this is my first time. I live in Spring, Missouri. I have no friends there either, though. So it's like, yeah, it's a tattoo thing.
You gotta find
My neighborhood, they think I'm the lawn people. They don't really, I don't really treat
So
me like
ace king for Joe as he wakes up with it. First to act.
Don't bitch at me. I'm not the lawn guy.
That means you live in a nice neighborhood.
Catman would have had ace 10 had he stuck around. Instead, we get the action around to Lynn, who will flat
I'm this crap.
with 6-4 offsuit. Otis with ace trig, and Joe just flatting under the gun with ace king. And it looks like he might get paid on it had there not been that pesky ace of hearts in the mix as well. So Otis with the nut heart draw, top pair, top kicker for Joe. Meanwhile, Lynn, a big steaming pile of nothing. So we go on to the turn, heads up. Jack of spades.
It's a nut.
That's what I thought. I was hoping.
One of them's big.
Yeah, and when one of them's big.
And at this point, Joe's got to know that he's drawing.
Just because.
And Otis does just flat, so we go to the river. 7 outs for Otis,
Someone got an 18.
and that wasn't one of them. So pair of kings is good.
Check.
You see Otis there. We'll see if he elects to take a stab at a bluff here.
I said put a 5. You didn't have to go that big.
And will not even give him the opportunity to act, as he'll just muck out a turn. Beautifully done by Joe. Again, under the gun flatting with ace king. I'm a big fan of that in cash games, not so much in tournaments. And it works to perfection this time. Again, still lots of action coming your way beginning in just a couple of days. We have the No Limit Hold'em Progressive Knockout Bounty coming your way at TCH Spring. $150,000 guarantee. 2 starting flights, a $600 buy-in, and a progressive bounty. So come on in, put your gloves up, let's get down to it. Again, just a couple of days from now, Saturday at TCH Spring.
Gentlemen, 75 strong.
Pretty brutal out here.
9, 4, 1, 4.
What happened to my money? You have it all? No, the four grand.
Suited king for Lynn.
Bullshit.
Gonna bump it up, makes it 225 to go after the straddle
I was
restraddle.
wondering, Dick. Yeah, see, there's 12, and then there's 13.
Couple of 4s for Joe now from the under the gun position.
All you got was 17 for me.
It's a 3 blind game. They can re-straddle up until they can't straddle anymore.
Before that, what was it?
And now, uh-oh, the Catman's got a hand. He's got ace queen.
I see. Alright, well, I'm gonna be fine. I'm coming to get, oh, he done.
Catnip, and here comes the raise. Makes it 875, and now Lynn with just a suited king. Boy, does that shrivel up.
I'm gonna take all the jokes out right now. Love to hear about it.
How come he's not playing?
He's got work. He works for a living. So
What's the matter, Lynn? Cat got your tongue?
DM?
No, he works for a living. So
And there it is. So we go heads up to the flop.
Degenerate gambler.
You don't like to give it away.
I assume that he must play poker. He told you about the game.
What are you, like Sherlock Holmes? I mean, it's not like you're deducing much here, but yes, you're right. He plays poker, but he's not playing the 5, 10, 20 Viet game where everything's all in on the freaking flop.
Correction there, as it looks like David is still involved in the hand. So now the 9-high flop,
Fucking ran. That's why I have no memorize.
giving the flush draw to Lynn.
Okay.
I had a good feeling about you.
Yeah.
Catman still ahead right now with ace queen high.
Packing our bags.
And the Catman gonna bet 1,200 at it.
Tell you roll.
And now all in for 1,800 from Lynn. That's gonna chase David out, and the Catman, who's already in for it, will make the call. He's going to be delighted to see just how far ahead he is right now. To the turn. That's going to complete the flush. So the first board goes to Lynn. Ready to run the second one. 7. Not going to change anything. And the queen. So the Catman will chop with Lynn. Very anticlimactic as he'll turn over the flush for the first board. So the Catman nearly eking out something. Had they just run it once, the Catman would have completely lost. Instead, they're just going to chop David's call.
What the fuck? Oh my god.
The only thing stronger than that is when the ace comes and he tells you, I got that one.
Yeah.
You're like, well, shit.
Well, flush made me feel better. But he just. Well, I mean, we chopped some David.
That's true. The board had come king high, though, I would have been happy.
What do you call it?
King jack spades.
King 8? What the fuck? These motherfuckers called me 800 so light, dude.
You call that call, of course.
Off the chop.
I was gonna fold.
Dude. Yeah, I went 800 free. King 8, King Jack? What the fuck? You go ace queen, you fucking lit. You go ace queen, they call me King 8. You see how like they calling me? What the hell?
It's up already.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I started on 75 though, so they kind of make it a little different. Yeah, I started 75.
1, 4, 2, 50, 3, 4, 5, 275, C8.
Hey.
275. Call, 275.
So the Catman with kings now going to bump action up to 275 after chastising the table for calling him so light on that last hand. And here he is flopping top set. And backdoor clubs for David. And we'll go check round to the turn. Here comes the queen, so king's full for the Catman. Everybody else drawing dead. David going to break the ice, however, picking up the gutter ball. It will chase David out. Pardon, chase Otis out. And of course, we know the Catman Not going anywhere. Just going to flat here. We go to the river. Heads up. The Catman in dominating position. Deuce of spades. Boy, there's the action card the Catman was hoping for. Catman now going to go for some value. $6.50 the bet. Pardon, deuce of clubs. I apologize.
No, 16. I'm sorry. 1650 Rose.
And now David gonna bump it up, makes it 1,600 to go. You got to admire the moxie from a seasoned professional like David. But the Catman is going nowhere. Pot bloats to a little over $4,000. And the Catman, you can feel the raise coming. And the Catman jams all in, so David, the jig is up. So a game of cat and mouse goes the way of the Catman, as he will show kings full. Boy, trying to represent the hand your opponent has, that is the story of David in that particular hand. This time, however, Goliath struck down David fast.
I'm like, David, king, queen, please. Please, king.
It looks like Eric has decided to show up, see if he elects to sit down and play with us this evening.
Man, you got aces and kings already?
Flopping top set.
Top set.
Getting people to bluff.
Oh yeah, he got 2 sets. Aces and kings, got both sets.
People bluffing into him or having good hands.
It was a block that failed.
And Eric made his TCH live debut on our Pot Limit Omaha live stream.
Oh, David's so good. Never bluff. It was so jam on me.
Love it, Bobby. Absolutely love it.
Well, I might still pull the trigger though.
Fold 1. Fold 2.
Would I pull the trigger?
50.
I don't think so.
No, you. Yeah, probably.
King 10 suited for David. Queen Jack of the same suit for Caleb right behind him.
Highest spot in chart.
I didn't have a queen. I had jack high.
Oh, you didn't have a queen either?
You have a queen. I don't think you even call me with queen.
So that was a really good bet.
Heads up we go. It's a queen high flop. So top pair
that's what I'm saying. That's why
for
we
Caleb.
raised it.
Wow, so sick.
And each player missing their suits. Granted, they are holding each other suited out. David gonna muck rather quickly after the bet of Caleb on the flop. So Caleb will drag it in.
I don't think you were going to call.
And Caleb's starting to trend in the right direction.
I think you're either
He's still got a little ways to go, as we still see the Catman by the numbers, the most aggressive player on the table this evening.
That's what I was thinking you were bluffing with.
Come on. No. But if the problem is if I have king queen, I'm never folding there. Yeah.
Well, I tell you, there's already been a few ideas thrown around about a heads-up match between the Catman and Vegas Viet. 2 seasoned professionals doing their thing. It'll be a lot of fun to watch. Both love to gamble. Both fantastic poker players.
I guess I'm glad I didn't hit my hand.
Hey, well dead.
What, 10 jack?
Oh, yeah.
King Queen now for Caleb after David raised to 50 with 9-8 offsuit. Otis not there for the best hand in poker. 7 deuce offsuit.
One fold. Call, sequence.
So David and Caleb heads up. And flop comes 8 high.
Check 3.
So David flopping top pair, gonna check his option.
I check flop, check turn.
Waits for Caleb to get aggressive. You know David's gonna be coming in with the check raise.
Bet 115. C4.
And he'll bet about a third pot.
Call 115.
Interesting, just a flat here from David, because you know something like that could easily happen.
Check 3.
But that being said, David thinks he's got a key out to the flush. Does not know Caleb's got him covered, and now has top pair. So I think a little
What did he say?
deviation from what you would expect from David there by not check raising that flop has put him in a little trouble. It will go check, check, and the 7 of hearts can't save him. So Caleb will win this pot. The question is, how much money is David going to lose?
So I was like, I guess I should just buy it. But man, you live in the woodlands. I don't know if you're gonna want to drive down.
In a situation like this, Caleb can't really feel like he's getting trapped.
I was excited about the
Granted, there is still a lot that he loses to on this board,
I come down here to
let alone 2 pair.
sushi. I drive for sushi.
It's gonna be like what, an hour drive?
Oh my God! Unless you're driving with Daisy, it's like 30 minutes.
No.
Yes, it is.
And there's the value bet. Looks like 600.
610 to the Hardy, and I'm off the 99 program Parkway.
So with second pair, we'll see if David pays him off.
Vendor's Lane. It's a little neighborhood. Come back.
All right. Good to know.
Man, nobody wants to invite me. It's like I'm Rudolph in reindeer games.
Where do you play up there?
This place up there in Spring, it's right next to it.
And he will pay him off. So a floated king will do the job for Caleb as he continues to trend in the right direction. Meanwhile, David takes a turn south.
What topping you say you want?
Appreciate it, guys. Boba and jelly.
So we're about an hour into the broadcast this evening.
Semi jelly.
Just concluding that first hour, we roll right along. So far, it has been a good show of force, to say the least, as the Catman, Vegas Viet, and Caleb so far have shown to be the big earners through the early going. Still plenty of poker to be played.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah.
It was just a stream. Bad luck stream.
Yeah. I mean, it was just dark dead, and then right after I got King's
RJ, I do tend to agree with you. I do think that bet felt a little off, yes, but the more and more I think about it, the more that bet kind of feels a little bit bluffy at the same time. And with second pair like that, I do think that David is going to find that call. Maybe a randomizer hand. Absolutely. I could definitely see David using that as a randomizer hand between call and fold. But you are right. It is a safer bet to bet a little lower there and get a for sure call from David, who's going to keep him in check if nothing else.
And this is 5, 10, 20.
It's a little bit worse than that.
Yes.
He is on the tighter side, Poker Pro. I do agree with you as well. Yes, yes. He's been playing tighter as of late, though, due to the last couple of performances as well. His first appearance on the show was gambling with the best of them. And now Duke has got himself a pocket pair of tens. And Viet right behind him with the walking sticks, a pair of sevens.
2,
Action back around to Duke. He'll make it 700 to go. So Viet now with the sevens, definitely an interesting spot for him. Yeah, we know Viet likes to get a little crazy sometimes. Again, Duke only has 1,700 behind.
Yeah, I don't really care. This is fun.
I'm worried about some overweight, nasty
Like, yeah,
troll.
man, someone's just been trolling you.
Alright, I'm gonna dig in the chat next time.
Okay, well, let me put a clause that says unless you're not an overweight, nasty troll. I mean, if all you're doing is sitting at home trolling, you need to go get a girlfriend.
And there is Viet checking just how much he's got left.
I didn't think you found me out that quick.
It was him the whole time.
Damn, Danny. Sorry.
And Viet gonna fold it. Beautifully done.
The DJ,
Don't duck with Duke.
Hey, Ben, how you doing? Here, let me get you some room on that tray.
I like it, RJ. I like it. Pleasure as always to have you in the chat, my friend.
I didn't text.
Got to get you back on the call one of these days. And it looks like Uncle Ben's going to be joining us now. He'll take seat number 6. And seat number 6, up until recently, was populated by Andy, the kid playing his first taste of higher stakes. But as most of us do on our first trip to the show, we didn't have our best performance, but we move right along and we're back next week.
And ace high flop. Harry had ace queen. Millman had ace king. And then Harry just, I'm all in. And then Millman snapped him and say, do you think I'm going to do it yesterday?
Boy, 3 of the 8s burned already, as well as 3 trays. Viet will fold as well. And now Lynn with 7-4 will stick around as well. So we go to the flop and 4 in the window. David with 2 overs to the board.
It's just people pay him off.
Yeah.
They don't know how to overs them.
I mean, he plays every hand and he wakes up with the hands.
Goes check, check, and now the board pairs 9s. Got to make Lynn feel a little bit better about his situation. Can see him putting a little more into the center.
You shipped it to him? Yeah. Oh my.
Said it will go check, check, and now 9's full of 4s.
Same thing like how Harry. Everything's good.
There's the bets, and nothing that David can do there. Really no bluffs at that point, based on the way that hand was played. Easy to put him on 2 overs, and that's exactly where Lynn had him.
He's not showing action.
He did that yesterday?
Yeah, he did that twice, 3 times.
With the other guys still in the hand?
The big guy is doing.
Cut card.
Then his very first hand he sat down, he didn't look. He sat down with.
And again, if you haven't already, mark your calendars as the Fall Classic all comes to a head with the $500,000 guaranteed main event. October 17th, there's 8 starting flights. So come on, throw your hat into the ring for the lion's share of $500,000.
So if he knew he didn't look, he would have called.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it depends.
No, he would have called. The way he was playing, he would have called.
The Master's called, but the 26K. I mean, if I have a good bankroll.
The Catman still leading the way in the VPIP stat as well. Boy, this is classic vintage Catman we are seeing this evening.
And when someone doesn't look, Queen 9 off is the
And I literally said, like, how he's playing 10 quarter is kind of like how we play 1-2. It's just like, what the fuck?
You know, the
And Uncle Ben, the first hand, ace queen.
He gave 300, he gave 600, he gave 1,000.
He's going to make it 80 to go. The Catman with king 8 suited. Surprised to see him folding there.
It looked like he was going to pay for it, and he took it out of my stack.
When somebody raised and then you call, like, motherfucker, keep my $20.
Caleb with 6-4 suited.
That's it.
So 3 ways to the flop we go.
When Tim's in the struggle, watch out.
Yeah.
Aces, kings, ace, queen.
As a king high flop, 2 clubs.
Play that kill game now?
Middle pair for Benjamin. 10 to complete Broadway.
No, after.
David
I said no.
needing a 10 as well to complete the sucker end of the straight. Meanwhile, Caleb drawing to 5 outs. Any club.
I didn't say no. Like to your little.
Yeah.
Heads up.
How about that one? That'll work.
Another one he said for our YouTube channel. If any one of y'all have Instagram, please send your Instagram name to me. That way, when they make.
And the queen on the river. That's interesting. Is now Benjamin with trips. Caleb with a flush.
That's my Instagram name.
Fuck, Catman. Upside down, inside out.
Take it easy, bro. What's the whole
RJ, good question. I'll answer that right after this hand. Because I have some strong feelings on this.
You not serious?
Yeah, Joker, yes, of course.
And Benjamin going to come in with the raise here after rivering trips. He's going to make it 700 to go.
Look, this is what happened the other time.
Caleb grinning like a Cheshire cat.
Robert came to the game. Robert was sitting at C6. So I sat down 8, and then later on, Jerry came in sit down at 2. And Robert sit there with 5K like. So Jerry's right here.
He is just going to make the call. Plenty of bigger clubs out there, and he will show the flush. So Caleb
I don't know how to
gets
play
paid.
I'm like, well, I mean, that's like.
And now to the question, again asked in the chat by RJ. It's hypothetically, get 1 and only 1 bullet to use in the main event. What flight do you personally enter and why? This is an interesting spot because I will be firing in the very first flight. And I know that's an unpopular decision, but what I personally like to do when I play multi-flight tournaments is I check in every hour. I see who goes through on every flight. That way I can start doing research on potential table draws for my day 2. A lot of people don't realize just how much classroom work that goes into being a career tournament guy like I've done. But personally, I like to know who's going through each flight. I have more time to research everybody. If I see a bigger name, I do more research on it. I think the classic example there, when I was playing the main event in Dallas, I got a table draw for day 2. I was sitting with DeJounte Alexander to my right. And plenty of footage on DJ. Plenty of information on him out there as well. But I went in well prepared, ready to rock and roll. So again, unpopular opinion, I like to play as early as possible, the earliest flight, just so I can see how the tournament develops behind me.
He woke up with 10. Mailman went 2K. He pulled 10. I'm like, what the fuck?
And especially in a tournament where, only 8% move on to day 2, 12% get paid, 8% move on to day 2. This adds a whole new level to the classroom aspect of poker.
Got 3 players.
Jet on the front.
Suited ace and a suited king doing battle. Spades versus diamonds, and spades wins. Wow, nut flush flopped for Duke. Duke is going to bet 100 into the pot. Appreciate it, RJ. Thank you so much, my friend.
Where did the kill go? Is it in the middle right now? Or?
Yeah, now it should be in the middle. Now it is.
Who won?
10 of clubs.
No, we're starting with this hand.
As now the kill button is introduced. We'll get to the kill button in just a quick second.
550 and back to 25.
What are we gonna do? 500, you said? No.
400.
And apologies, the graphics a little bit of everywhere this hand. We know Duke flopped the nut flush.
I can't. I mean, I can't afford it. You didn't play your hand, but you got stacked.
Yeah, no shit.
Oh, so kill is that. So the kill bottom is side, right? So let's say that you.
And Caleb right now with Queen 9. Of course, we know that board is not correct.
You win again. Everyone pay you 50.
Win again 25. So he had.
No, we're gonna go up to 50 and then come
And
back
there's
down
the
to
6. So still top pair for Caleb. Was drawing dead.
You know what I mean?
The first hand you
I know exactly what you mean, but we haven't had the setup for the action checkers. So, our stack gonna be wrong. We have the 25 setup.
So see if Duke goes for any thin value here. Again, Caleb with top pair
Sure.
is the queen. Again, the queen is in place
Back-to-back hands, you know?
of the deuce of clubs. It's the queen of spades out there.
Back-to-back. Yeah, back-to-back.
Back is 25, 50.
Will be 1,500, and now Caleb to a decision with top pair.
25, 50, and then go back to 25.
You okay with it?
You have to win consecutive.
Yeah, consecutive. So if you don't, just go back in the pot.
Once you win the button, then you can start collecting.
Yeah.
So first, win is like if I
Just win.
everyone pulls
Take it
it
down.
you have to show your hand.
You have to show your hand.
Collect the bounty each time.
So first one you win 200, second one you win 400. It's mirror right now. Give up my seat. Just in case they're gonna randomly lose a lot. Sure. He says on the way.
And Caleb, one of the tighter characters as of late, as Poker Pro pointed out earlier in the chat. And but here with top pair, and aside from a flopped flush, he's not behind to too much considering the pre-flop action. Of course, we all know Duke does have the goods. And he will slowly lay down top pair, so Duke getting the job done. Easy game when you flop it like it's hot. Does show the ace of spades, that's all he's going to need to show. Can infer from context what was going on there. So anyway, they have introduced the kill button game. So how it works is you win a pot, you win the kill button. Now here's what happens with that kill button. Should you win a hand while holding on to that kill button, everybody at the table is going to pay you a bonus tax of $25. Now, should you lose while holding the kill button, you simply relinquish the kill button to the man or woman, of course, who took the pot down. Of course, it's going to be a man at the table tonight. It's sort of like the last will and testament of Ron Swanson. My belongings will go to the man or animal that kills me.
7 folds, 8 folds, 9 folds, 1 folds.
I don't fold it. Flush it there.
2 folds. 3 raises to 60.
David with queen 8. Gonna spice things up on the button. Makes it 60 to go. They'll chase Caleb away. Otis as well. And now David will bring the kill button over to him.
I guess that's pretty vanilla, but no. I can still be like set of queens in that case, you know? Like, what?
Stacks and earnings as the Catman skyrockets up to 5,000 in earnings. His stack currently sitting at a little over 10 grand. So it's been a good night for the Catman, to say the least. Meanwhile, David with the prestigious honor of throwing the party down 1,500, as is Otis. Benjamin not far behind after only playing one hand.
Didn't even know say 7. Got
9 folds.
So again, now that David has the kill button in his hand, the object of the game is to hold on to it as long as possible. Viet with 10s, and now David's got himself ace-8.
I bluffed all that money to you.
Of course, Caleb right behind him.
Thank you.
Got a real hand, got ace-queen, and there's the raise we've been waiting for. Again, surprised to not see a raise from David with ace-8 while holding the kill button. Action back to Viet. And now he's going to make it 800 to go. 815, as a matter of fact. That will chase David away and put the kill button in the middle. Now Caleb with a decision with ace-queen. And definitely too much hand to fold pre. Wait, what? Oh my goodness. Viet will scoop it up. So Poker Pro, my hat's off to you. You got him red very well.
I know you did.
I sold 9. Wait a minute. $55. Thanks, hey, George.
Yeah, 20 to 30.
And it looks like we will say goodnight to Joe. As he racks up, he will take off for the evening. Of course, we talk till we're blue in the face about tournaments. How about cash? Come on, show up at Texas Card House Houston from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. We're still doing free time. 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Come on in, get your free time. And what better time to do it than during one of our other promotions? Of course, we got the Sunday Football Square, so you can earn your squares without paying any time. Well, it sounds like paradise to me.
Oh yeah, you were yelling at me last time.
Uncle Ben wakes up with sixes.
I got it.
75.
Defense.
8 folds.
He's at 175 to go.
9 folds.
One what?
175. One calls.
And Vegas Viet gonna stick around, so we're going heads up to a flop.
Heads up.
Looks like the board has misread some things. We'll get an accurate number for you, or an accurate graphic for you in just a quick second.
6 checks.
But action will be to Ben.
Yep.
Viet looks like he's flop top pair.
Sounds good. Yeah.
Again, Ben took a pretty big hit earlier.
Sounds like a plan. Yeah.
He's really only drawing the hearts, as you see right now. All the other sixes in the deck have been burned. And Viet gonna throw in, looks like 325.
One bet 325.
Oh, him?
The bump up?
He was there, yeah. I had 1 ounce of scoop, he had 3 ounces of scoop. He did.
Oh, so
And all in from Ben. Oh my goodness. With just a pair of sixes and a heart draw. Of course, we know Viet loves to gamble. And he's holding the kill button.
That's good how we play, like, better, but
And no one wants to pay off a big bet like this, but
90. 1,090.
1,090?
1,090.
he's cutting out the call. There it is.
I'm rich. Let's go.
That makes a little more sense now. Viet did not connect on that board. Again, the board's already been prematurely run out. That is not the accurate board. I cannot stress this enough. We will get the right board for you on screen in just a hot minute.
what'd you have the other day?
Got a pair of sixes ahead right now against Queen High.
I was thinking queens, but
King no help to Viet.
That's what I mean, king, I'm just
of course, yeah, so much.
And the queen on the river. My goodness. Viet with 2 pair. Queen 4. Absolutely gross.
you needed the river.
And Ben goes
I
fell.
did. That's all I called.
No, you needed the river.
Wow, wow, wow.
I love the KO game.
Real business.
Again, the kill button influencing the call of Viet. You see, he will collect a quarter from everyone.
We can talk about it.
It's 25, 25.
Thank you. For the first round for him, yes.
But what about now?
Now it's 50.
If he wins it,
Yeah.
it'll be 50.
Do we want to just stop it at 50 where it goes back to 25?
No,
Goes
yeah,
back.
that's what we do.
Where else is it gonna go?
Yeah.
No, it ain't. It's going back down, motherfucker.
back down.
I'll tell you right now. There ain't no crack price just because you've been winning now. You want to start jacking shit up. Look at the Big Daddy Kane over here. I'm fucking Mike Lowry. Fuck that.
And Vegas Viet, a little over 1,700 in earnings so far this evening. As Ben will reload.
You call me
Man, I'm
a
tired
parent
because you saying I don't play no hands, so I gotta start playing. My image, you know.
He was behind Total River.
I was behind, really?
You were.
I don't think
I had an
so.
overpair to you.
Overpair?
I had an overpair to you.
Wow.
5 fold, 6 fold.
Seven.
Hey, still
Pretty close, dude. Pretty
Bad.
close.
20.
Yeah.
9 fold.
Defense.
And 1 call.
Heads up.
Heads up.
He said you should have fold.
I should have called.
You didn't make the announcement. You didn't make that statement.
1 check.
Yeah, an ace-4 suited, 10-7. Gutter ball for Viet. Caleb with ace-high. Caleb also with a backdoor diamond draw. Deuce of clubs not going to change too much, however. This will, however, slow Viet to the point where he really can't call any other bet. It's going to be 450 to go. There's the fold. Caleb will take it down and receive the kill button.
Right?
No, wait.
I just want one.
Good job, kid.
I should have held the quarterback, right?
And we see the player earnings through the evening so far. The Catman still up there above $5 grand in earnings. His stack soars up above the 10,000 mark.
50, huh?
And he and Viet sitting on the biggest stacks.
I got 7 dudes. I almost go for it. But it didn't work out for me the last couple of times. I was call you. I'm trying to do.
Practice doing more?
You're call free?
Running like crazy. It's not my doing.
Here we go. David with the best hand in poker, 7 deuce offsuit. He's going to go ahead and fold that mess. Little raise from Caleb. We call that the kill button raise. And right behind him is Uncle Ben with Big Slick. Ace King offsuit. The Catman with 10-6 can't do anything.
Wow. I might catch up on this one.
Thanks, that's real good comment for me. Appreciate it, Ben.
And to the flop we go. 3 players. Caleb defending the kill button. And does not have a bad flop. He's open-ended. But Ben, of course, with the nut club draw.
6 bets, 425. 4 folds, 5 folds.
And not willing to chase open-ended there is going to be Caleb. So Ben will collect. And we keep moving right along as Ben looks to get back moving in the right direction after going felt early into his performance this evening.
Are you floating?
Pardon?
I'm talking to him. I'm talking, I can hear him.
6
Oh, you said 10 or they said king? No, 10.
When we look here, Caleb up 2,700 again after being the punching bag early in the stream this evening.
5 folds. 6 folds. 5 of hearts not coming.
Oh, damn it.
Oh no, what?
8 raises to.
And the Catman
9 raises to 175.
got himself a suited queen. Boy, I tell you that cat picture is going to be haunting my dreams tonight. It's staring into my soul.
One fold. 2 folds.
Oh.
3 raises to 450. 8 folds.
Oh, so much work, man.
Catman can't do it as David will take it down.
You're not getting through.
No, I'm not.
You're not getting through here.
Nah, I was getting
You're
through.
not
I was getting through.
You're getting quite bad. David's different. Just so you know.
I was getting through.
This is
for
gonna
sure.
this is gonna be 1500.
Kinda knew he was weak. Doc was weak right there.
No, I'm just telling you right now. This is gonna be 1500. With him, it's a full.
No shot.
I already thought about it.
Oh, so every one of you are taking advantage of me.
Yeah. We all knew you had nothing.
I queen 4.
I think the Catman is finally on to us, everybody. Oh boy.
And just win a huge pot.
Everybody knows I got shit. Okay.
Wow, lucky.
You just saved $500, Viet.
I did, for sure.
It was gonna get stuck with it.
No,
There
it's
or
not
here.
more
You're
than 5.
not getting through both of us.
No, I was.
For sure, you're not getting through this one
It's
right
not
here.
folding there, I'm getting through.
Get out of here. Just so you know, I already had plans. I had plans. I thought it was like,
Oh,
this fucker thinks I'm weak.
These are good things I'm weak.
Duke's got himself a suited ace, ace 9.
1 fold, 2 folds. 3 folds. 4 folds.
Actually, I was serious. I
5
heard you.
folds.
Like, it was about that. Video, right?
Comes back around to Otis with 10-9.
3 checks. 5 checks. Check it. 9 checks. 3 checks. 5 checks.
So we see here the boards coming out. 3 clubs on it so far. Already to the river we go. The tray of spades.
3 checks. 5
We
checks,
get
1 fold.
back to it here. The 10-9 of Otis ended up straightening out. So he will take it down. Again, apologies to everybody following that hand at home.
Why do you want to think I'm bullshitting?
You only have a hand when you're in the straddle.
You only have it.
When you're in late position like this, it's bullshit every time.
Again, it could be an array of things that cause a misread like that.
Nobody's talking about life.
Normally, it's something as simple as the dealer not burning enough to the left side, so we'll get that problem fixed regardless. Thanks for hanging with us, everybody.
Because 3 of the players on the list told me they're not going to make it the night before. And they have their names on the list. So, yeah, I think then I think you're bullshit. But, you know.
Dude, he's calling you out.
Savage.
As far as the hands you have in poker, I have no fucking idea.
Been telling it how
I
it
haven't
is.
seen you play
6
tonight.
bets. 60.
I haven't seen you play tonight. Does that hurt your feelings? You have feelings?
8 folds. 9 folds. 1 fold.
Cut me out. I can't play with this.
2 folds.
What the fuck?
3
Yeah,
folds.
41. Man. Okay, now I have nobody to attack in this.
I mean, I was willing to play too.
I know.
But then I
No,
still
David can't too, but
I showed up. I showed
Yeah,
up.
no, I mean, I texted if I know what was going on.
So was that a game?
No, there wasn't a
There
game.
wasn't a game.
Oh, and he says full?
No, I didn't say fool. No,
Oh.
I did not say it was fool.
checks.
To be fair, he's had a game on Saturday. They have the game on Saturday.
But I'm ready to push the game. He just said, you know, I try hard. I try hard every time. Yes, I try hard every time.
I know. No, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I sent a message to
2
Bill.
folds.
I don't
3
play
folds.
weekends.
5 folds.
No, I figured that when you didn't respond to me. I'm like,
Three
okay,
players.
I'm just another invisible. It's okay.
Oh yeah,
No
running
problem.
is fun. Yeah.
No problem.
3 checks, 5 checks, 6
I
checks.
should call
3 days only for me.
Should call Jerry next time.
3 checks. 5 bets, 380.
Not to get that one.
6 folds, 3 folds.
Shit.
No.
Thank you.
He has the kill. Hey Tim.
What happened? You got it?
He had the kill. The killer just took it. Did you show?
Yeah.
I gave a.
What was it?
7-10.
7-10. Nothing.
Damn, you got say something. God, dude, I just wanted to swoop on by. Just let it mosey. I appreciate it.
Tim, NFL game. NFL game.
Again, Viet wants to see his Thursday night football for sure.
It's on one of the TV.
And was wearing a Bears jersey this last week. This week, sporting the Chiefs.
9 folds. Thank you.
Of course, Chiefs absolute favorites to dismantle Denver tonight.
3 raises to 150. 150. 50.
And if I win this one, everybody gives me $50. That's so tempting.
David's got himself Big Slick, makes it 150 to go. And now Otis, right behind him with 8-5. Don't really see him defending too well with this. Again, really not worth the kill button at that point.
6, 5,
Enjoy the button, dicks.
1 fold. Going heads up.
So we got heads up action to the flop. And a couple of kings and a 10. So David
I should give you $5.
getting the best of the flop, to say the absolute least.
1 fold.
He'll bet, Viet folds, and David takes it down. Yeah, an easy game when you can flop like that.
Thank you.
Hey, the mic can pick me up right now, right? Gotta give a shout out to my wife and my mother-in-law, Denise. What's up? I gave it to my father-in-law last time, so now my mother-in-law. Now we're even. My parents ain't getting shit. Just kidding, mom, dad. I love y'all. You know.
So yes, you're 20. They're gone now.
Wait, you guys just. What's this?
That's Tim.
Oh,
Because
Tim.
I don't have red chips.
I mean,
Exchange them, not get them.
yes, yes, correct. Sorry.
Did you try that cork trick?
No, I didn't actually, and I was sitting at home.
Yes.
Okay, so here's what I was doing. I was lining up poker chips to do a new balancing thing, and it crossed my mind. I'm like, no, it doesn't do the new balancing. Yes, I'm going to do it.
Misplays.
What happened?
2 folds. 3 folds. 4 bets 75. 5 folds. 6 folds. Going heads up. 1 fold.
Get back to it here. Caleb with Jack 10 suited. Flop comes up a couple of 8s though. The deuce, however, is favoring Viet.
1 fold.
So we go now to the turn. There's the 6. So now 6s and 8s is the hand to beat. And still 2 overs for Caleb.
4 bets 90.
And he's going to go ahead and bet 90 into it. Of course, we know Viet not going anywhere now with middle pair. And to the river we go. There's the tray. So Viet will take this down, provided he's not scared out of the pot by Caleb. And we have not seen Viet get scared easily at all.
Four bets, 300.
And Caleb's still going to fire at it, Viet. And Viet's going to lay it down. Wow. So Caleb takes it down. So good. Again, we know that Caleb is on the tighter side of things. Caleb perhaps using some table image to his advantage.
Good luck, everybody.
Okay, that's fair. I'll go with that. That's fair.
Excuse me. Sorry about that.
So a dealer change now as we say goodnight to Danny and hello to Steven.
So I post first and then you post.
It is on file. Oh no, I don't.
I'll try.
I try. I mean, give me good cards and you give me more than that. Follow.
And the Catman bleeding a little bit here. It's been a while since he's had a premium hand to play with. Of course, he did end up flopping top set with both aces and kings at one point in the early goings. Again, his stack has soared to up over the 10K marker.
No, he's not in yet. He's right in there. Going fold.
Lynn with 6-7 of diamonds. Is just going to flat with it here. Thing comes back around, and now Otis with a suited ace-7 going to jack things up a little bit.
Okay, I got you.
Both of us misplayed this one. Yeah, yeah.
So 4 raised.
Yeah, it's just 10 in the middle.
Yeah, and then 5 calls.
15.
Yeah.
Alright, everybody's good. I'm sorry.
Catman can't take the heat anymore.
8 folds, 9 folds.
Throw it away. So we'll go 3 ways to a flop here. So the flop comes up, 2 diamonds, 9 high. So ace high in front right now. Lynn with the diamond draw. To the turn, and diamond draw is complete as Lynn's got the best of it. Everybody else is drawing dead.
2 bets. 25.
And Lynn with a quick bet, gonna take it down rather quickly. Again, easy game. Easy game when you're running as good as these guys are tonight.
You bet on this?
You bet on everything.
Like 200? I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know how to bet on these. So if you bet and I follow you, would I win?
No.
It doesn't work that way?
I would not suggest that.
Again, I can't say it enough, but a big thank you to everybody spending their Thursday night with us here at Texas Card House, Houston. Yeah, and Catman's 5, 10, 20, no limit. Wes Tucker keeping you company. We do have some unconfirmed rumors that my good buddy RJ will be joining me in the booth in a few minutes. So let's hope those rumors are true. It's been a while since we've had him on board.
Oh, he got a kill. That's fine.
There you go.
We'll work on it.
He's like, nope.
Lynn gonna go ahead and surrender the kill button. So we move right along. Uncle Ben's got himself a hand. Pair of tens. Meanwhile, the Catman right behind him with 8-7. 8-7 suited. Oh my goodness. That cat picture. I've seen a lot of funny cat photos on the internet, but this one just isn't funny. This one's terrifying. So we will go 4 ways to the flop. The flop comes 10 high rainbow. Open ender for the Catman. Top set for Benjamin. And both Otis and Duke with the same hand. Of course, it's a grand situation, of course, anytime you flop top pair. Little does he know, the Catman's got probably the wettest hand possible for this situation. Bill Hewer in the chat. Glad to have you in, my friend. Always a pleasure. Action comes back around to Otis now. Does have a pair of 4s to mess around with. And now coming out of hibernation is going to be Ben, going to throw $100 at this pot. Meanwhile, the open-ended Catman is going to relinquish the hand. So the biggest adversary has been thrown away, as Benjamin with 10s full has nothing to worry about. Even nothing from the Catman, truth be told. Drawing completely dead is everybody else. And Ben will take it down. Yeah, we talk about it all the time. Easy game. Easy game when you flop top set and turn a boat.
Then watch the stream later.
Dang.
So there's not a 17.
Watch the stream and tell me where I could have been. What I could
Take a look here at our player earnings. Again, the Catman still well up there. 4,800 in earnings. Meanwhile, down at the other end of the spectrum is Otis and David. And still plenty of poker to be played throughout the evening tonight. And a big thank you again to everybody tuning in, spending your Thursday night with us. And in the main card room right now, we've got the weekly 20K guaranteed big one. I'll give you an update on that in just a moment, but back to the action here.
Me? Yeah. No, I didn't have quads. I didn't have A9. I didn't have 2 9s. I had 0 9s.
So a pair of B2.
Pardon?
A pair of B2.
Benjamin with Jack 7 says no thank you. And now the Catman jumps aboard with Jack 8 of diamonds and the Mighty Ducks for the Duke. And Lynn right behind with Big Slick. So 3 ways we go to this flop. And wow, there's the case deuce. Goes mallard hunting and finds himself a dandy of a kill. Especially on a king high board, Lynn's got to feel beyond comfortable with the way this flop came out. Duke, 130 to call. Of course he's going to stick around for that price. Queen of spades on the turn, it would appear. Indeed it is. That card may slow Lynn down. Very unfortunate turn for Duke. Brings a lot more in the Broadway department into the light. He is going to continue to barrel at it, though. And now Duke, this is the area where most players are going to want to raise their sets and trips. And it looks like Duke has that ingrained in his mind as well.
is in, aren't you, man?
He is going to bump things up.
I'll
He'll
tell you
make
what, I
it
had a
750 to see a river.
I wasn't worried about anything anybody had. I had a fool.
7-8. He made it
7-8.
Oh, 7-8. Yeah.
Deuces never loses. That is right, right guy. That is right.
I think he got ace. Ace. Oh, George is here. Come.
Yum, yum, yum. No, he said yum, 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 yum. He didn't say come.
Again, Lynn drawing absolutely dead. You can see that in the percentage. He is going to make the call, so we go to the river. 6 of clubs, not going to change anything. So now we'll see just how much Duke can extract from Lynn. Again, just under $2,000 in the pot. Just about at a 1-to-1 SPR at this point for Duke.
I'm glad he came here first. I don't want to shake his hand after that. I'm sure he watched. He told. I mean, I'm sure he watched.
Non-bet 1500.
And there's the bet. It looks like 1,500.
I'm like, don't forget this plays in 15 minutes.
It's like.
That is very true, Bill. Very true. The Jack would have changed some things for certain. Makes me wonder why we had a 0% there. But anyway, nonetheless, the Duke wins the pot. And away we go to the next hand. And for all those watching right now, make sure you've hit that like button. Make sure you've subscribed. Never miss any action from any streaming TCH location around the Lone Star State.
Both of y'all too.
And from Houston alone, we are broadcasting 4 nights a week now. Everything from Catman's game, the 5-10-20, to our brand new 1-3 pot limit Omaha live stream. Of course, we've got Bill's game as well on Sunday. Of course, the mighty Bill Hewer in the chat this evening. Bill's game 1-2 no limit, as well as the Friday night 1-2 no limit game. Otis with an overpair to the board. That's the 10s. And the Catman making the exact same face as the avatar on the screen, I might add, when he saw that bet from Otis. One-two Sunday Fun Day. That's right. 1-2 Sunday Fun Day with Bill Hewer, everybody.
I'm trying.
Feel free to add your name to the list on Poker Atlas, or go ahead and give us a call. We'll gladly add you to the list. And the friendliest stream game in all Texas, that is Bill's 1-2 no limit Sunday Fun Day.
What the fuck? And they were like, oh, he's a big fan. And I'm like, really? Fucking blind, what the fuck? 25 is fucking blind. You tanking with $25 bet? What the fuck? I'm gonna cancel you. I can't cancel it. What the fuck is that? He's tanking with $25 bet.
In this game?
This is so funny.
Or 1-3.
It's so fucking funny just because the way you started laughing.
Like short stack.
And now Otis got himself some suited connected action. 6-7 of spades. See what he elects to do with it. He is holding the kill button. He's just going to flat with it, though. Going to allow some more fish to get on the hook, as they say. Viet with Jack 5 of clubs will stick around. 10-7 from Lynn, and why not 5 deuce from David to complement the King 4 of Caleb. the flop comes 8 high. And I might add, flopping the straight is Otis. Flopping the nuts, no one with a heart to draw to. You see Otis there, a 79% favorite. Vegas Viet with middle pair, going to stick around. So to the turn we go, and it only gets worse as the deuce of spades now adds the flush redraw to Otis's repertoire. This is going to make Otis feel just so much better about already having the nuts. Draw to a better hand, of course, now. Viet gonna wave the white flag. They'll give the pot to Otis, and Otis will collect his $25 tax for holding on to that kill button.
Whoa. What a turn. He's drawing. Man, fucking Bill. Plus one.
Good hand, Otis.
Y'all fuck off. I mean that in a good Christian way, but fuck off.
Leave me alone.
I mean,
Bluff,
fuck's sake,
bluff.
Yeah, I
man.
love it
All
when
I
a
see
group
is
of longtime
fucking
friends
flying at me.
is
I don't-
playing on TV.
PTSD of that shit. So fuck y'all. Pay me and let me go to the next hand.
I was thinking like 8 or
Who's thinking the other flush was going to come in?
And it's, I mean, I don't give a shit, but I figured he's gonna call me, and I thought when he picked his cards up, I was like, oh, there goes that. So,
I got you, so we got a 6-fold, 8 raises to 8, 9-fold, 10 cards.
And the Catman with ace-10 gonna make the action 80 to go. Viet right behind him with a suited king.
stop telling everybody, bro. What do you like that I announce it for?
Otis sticks behind with king deuce offsuit.
You hear that chat?
And does get a piece of this board, a couple of spades.
Check.
And will check his option over to the Catman, who gives Viet the reins. Backdoor diamonds for Vegas Viet. We'll chase away the Catman to the turn. Jack of clubs. Not going to change anything right now. Otis still out in front with just a pair of deuces. Viet checks. And the 9 of spades hits the river. Otis is good, provided he's not bet out of this pot. He does check it over to Viet with king high. We'll see if he elects to take a stab at this, and he will. He's going to make it 350. So the question in Otis's head right now, is this $200 bonus worth risking another $350 to get? No, it is not.
You would have got it.
So he will toss it away as Viet will
And I
get
debated
one
it, bro.
through.
I had the 2.
As they say.
I got a 2, and I'm like, man, I think he's full of shit. And I'm like, you know what? I just got that other one. I ain't gonna be greedy. I'm good.
Now I kind of figure say why you always think that he's full of shit.
So anything but the 2, and I'm okay. But that 2 fucking was hitting me, bro. I'm like, I shouldn't have even been in the hand.
50 strong.
$50 travel.
Good hand, man. Good hand.
I'm not showing no more. That's it.
You're showing if you win this one, bro.
That's it. Oh, yeah.
Keep talking shit. You won't get paid.
9 folds.
I like it. You showed.
Catman looking like he could use a cat nap over there. Big yawn at the table.
1 calls, 2 folds, 3 folds.
And with the straddle, Viet's going to call the 50 with 7-4. Really, he's going to be calling with any 2 cards while holding the kill button.
And 8 checks.
So 4 ways we go to the flop.
4 checks.
Flop comes jack high. Jack 9 deuce, rainbow flop. Otis gonna bet at it for 75.
It wasn't even close. Oh, they were about to score?
The Catman gonna stick around, of course, with middle pair. Meanwhile, Viet will relinquish the kill button, and the 6 of clubs will hit the turn. This is gonna be a good bluff card for Catman.
Oh, wow.
Should he decide to raise it.
I mean, he's pressured, but I don't know what you're.
And easy to see a check call with a flush draw. Would have to be a relatively big raise. It's only an $80 lead from Otis here. Instead, the Catman's just going to call, so we go to the river, 7 of spades. So Otis will win this, provided he's not bet out of it by the Catman. Again, that was a prime opportunity to bluff at it, with the flush getting completed on the turn. And the Catman going to pay him off. He'll show the jack, and that's all she wrote.
Come on, puppy.
So halfway through with our broadcast this evening as we check in real quick with the VPIP on the night. The Catman still with the highest VPIP so far. We're 43%. He's also still the top earner of the evening. So aggression paying dividends tonight for the Catman. However, ever since being up $5 grand, he has been steadily declining.
You said exactly what you called. You wanted to see. Yeah, you wanted to see it. Couldn't wait 15 minutes.
That's what my son said. Dad, didn't you wait 15 minutes instead of calling his king? I'm like, come on, dude. I'm so tired of getting knitted on this.
1 fold, 2 folds, 3 and 4 folds.
And the Duke has got himself ace deuce. And Otis with ace king gonna re-raise the action. The Catman with 7-5 of hearts, looking just as confused as Duke is. And Catman will throw that one into the litter box. Duke right behind him with ace deuce, and he'll show the ace king and collect his $25 from the rest of the table. And the kill button is also an easy game when you wake up with hands like ace king of diamonds.
I call you Michael.
You were close. Were you going?
Come on, dog. I would call that, man. All the sacrifice that I do, man. You should have moved on the team, man. Jeez.
How much was it? 600 and what?
Suited, too.
Well, his sacrifice does not go unnoted. That's for sure.
Just let Otis rob you,
You're not even
man.
raising his deuce, so.
I had 5-7.
You thought about it. The only thing I regretted was
They were suited.
Yeah, I understand.
Big lick for Vegas Viet. No, thank you.
2 folds, 3 folds, 4 folds. 5 calls.
And Otis, again, just going to flat on the button with Queen 4 and the kill button. The Catman's got a real hand.
9 folds.
What the fuck? You ready for this one?
Makes it 80 to go. And now Otis with Queen 4. We'll see if he sticks around and does battle with the Catman.
He's protecting his hand. What are you doing, bro? Let it go.
And he will. So heads up, we go to the flop.
They fumbled it back, dog.
It's an 8-high flop.
5-7 is good. No, go ahead. Put a queen on the board, please. Queen.
It's a great question, Bill. It's actually the same payout regardless of how often they do it. They did toy with the idea of making this a progressive kill button game in which the first one was 25, second 50, third 75, etc. But agreed that it was best for the game to keep it just at a constant $25 payout.
Oh no, now I have it.
Yeah, now everybody come after you.
No, it was not great.
Colin
defense,
Penn,
man.
still the record holder for holding on to the kill button for 7
You didn't
hands.
try to take that
7
pop
hands collecting that text.
That's the worst defense we ever seen. No, he tried to steal
You know, if I had run that, they would have killed
you
you.
know,
bro.
Otis got shit, and you know when we try to steal the pot.
Hey, I don't gamble. I don't gamble.
So weak.
I don't gamble. I don't gamble.
Any fucking card, I bet, but I'm sitting there going, shit.
He's playing calling you King Highness.
Raise.
I'm not fucking playing that.
Hey, on the
man.
river.
He'll have all the pressure from them. Call.
5 folds, 6 folds, 8 folds, 9 folds.
The Catman gonna splash around with 10-6 offsuit against Vegas Viet's 9s and Lynn's Jack 10.
3 players.
A king high flop.
Big check.
King high rainbow flop at that.
2 bets. 150. One call. Heads up.
Goes check to the turn. It'll pair the board in 5s.
How you doing, sir?
Or they did bet the Catman out, so Viet still ahead. Still 2 overcards to Viet's pair in the hand of Lynn. Can definitely see this going check. Instead, Lynn's gonna barrel at it.
The kill gonna go to you.
2 bets. 300.
And you win the kill. Everybody pays 25. You win again. Everybody pays 50. And then you win again. You pay 25.
Viet with 9s.
Every single hand. And if you give up,
In his eyes, second pair.
I look like I rob people who have real.
And he will release it. A little scared of that king, based on the pre-flop action, of course.
Me too. I got 4.
And willing to fire a second barrel. And having watched Lynn play enough, I do think that there was a third barrel coming, even if he completely missed.
Was it nuts?
Like, I understand. I get it.
Tell me that.
Yeah, exactly.
No. 2,000.
Now I regret it. I should have called.
Good to go home.
Good fold for you, right?
No, 2,000. 2,000 miles? Alright. Yeah, no shame.
Yeah, good pick.
You got 2 shades?
I feel pretty
Dealer, I
safe.
don't think you said good luck to me when you sat down. I don't know why Shane gets it.
He was the player.
You said good luck to you, then you go give your cards like.
Okay, we take a look now at the amount of times players have gone to showdown this evening.
If you can win like that, you got.
Well over 40% for the Catman. And he's leading the table in most categories this evening.
Doing good today, man.
So David
Well, we didn't start
It's
off.
not over.
bringing the
He's-
action up to 50. Now action to Ben. Ben folds King Trey, Ace 9. As Shane joins the table, the Duke, as well as Viet folding. And Lynn sticks around. Again, Lynn with the kill button. So Lynn versus David.
Got there. Woo! Knew that it was coming.
Queen 5-5.
3 bets. 50.
Fucking let Viet get off one hand. Fucking ace queen.
So what happened to Matt last night?
Oh, God.
David gonna bet his king high, and sticking around with 10 high is Lynn. To the turn. There's the king. So David with 2 pair. Kings up. And now, kings and 5s with an ace.
Because I remember talking about the guy that did no look. They're watching your
2 bets. 180.
I don't know what they were talking about. Now that I heard.
And now Lynn gonna bet at it. David calls and dethrones him.
For sure, I was good.
Yeah.
Man. Oh my gosh.
just in
I
case
regret
you
it
want-
last hand.
If
Last
you
hand
bet,
I should have called.
if somebody make a statement and say, I'm fucking rich, I'm calling you. Don't be surprised. It might happen. It might.
And if when he does that, he wins with the shittiest
The
card.
players
on the
in
board.
seat
It
number
might
one. The
happen.
players in seat number 1. Don't say you want one. What the heck? I'm rich.
I'm rich, fuck it. Let's go.
Don't listen to these dudes.
I'm rich. What the heck? What some?
If I remember, if I'm ever your rail for a final table, I'm gonna get shirts made.
That's what I was thinking, right? That would be legit.
I'm rich, fuck it.
Yeah, I'm rich. Fuck it.
Otis with ace 9. Got a flat with it here. And the Catman's got a suited connector, 6-7 of hearts.
Stand by there. I'm rich. I don't know.
Vegas Viet with a suited dog. And David's got himself some suited connectors as well. So we're going 5 ways to the flop. The Texas heads up. No one has a diamond in their hand. To the turn, another diamond. Open-ended for the Catman.
I get water too.
Of course, ace high, way out in front right now. And still getting everybody out. Martin, just a pair of aces going to take it down. And that's a terrifying board to bet top pair on. But nonetheless, he'll do it anyway. Nobody holding a diamond, and we move right along.
Did you order the mobile team?
Yeah, it should be.
The chips are just off here.
The greens are actually taller than
Hey now, Otis, under the gun, waking up with the ladies.
I don't know. I'm just
Wired queens for him.
Let's say 5 minutes.
See how he elects to play this under the gun. Does have the kill button as well, but does want action. He's going to make a raise. He's going to make it 275 to go. The Catman, with suited connectors once again, will stick around this time.
The last guy we want to defend our thing.
Duke and Viet, as well as Lynn, David, and Caleb, all throw the cards away, so we're heads up. Catman and Otis, the worst-selling comic book I've ever heard of. As the flop comes up, 6, 8, deuce, Catman flopping top pair. And Otis gonna bet 675 at it. In a pot-sized bet. And a little over a pot-sized bet.
That's all the black in
Yes, sir.
Of course, we know Otis holding on to the kill button. The Catman well aware of this. He will just flatten. We will go to the turn, just under $2 grand in the pot. Turn brings the 5, so now the Catman's open-ended. Picks up more outs. He's got 10 outs. But Otis, of course, going to keep firing.
1275.
1,275 the bet, and the Catman, who says he never gambles. I have a feeling he's going to gamble here with 10 outs. And knowing what we know, it's 10 outs. The Catman knows he's got just over a quarter of the deck that can help him out. And Otis with just 1,300 behind after that bet of 1,275. The whiskers were trimmed, Levi. That is 100% correct. And there's the call. So we go to the river. $4,400 in the pot. River card. Oh, and just missing by 1 pip. Otis with queens. See if he lays a trap here for the cat. Instead, no. Looks like he's going for that third barrel. 925. Again, so many outs for the Catman. He couldn't hit it. He does have second pair. He may end up paying Otis off on this. And with the barreling like this, the Catman could put him on something like a missed club draw.
Yeah, I can only beat the Bluff. I don't think you're bluffing, but I can only beat the Bluff.
In a massive pot. And the Catman with a bluff catcher, and that's about it. And he's going to pay it off. Oh, my goodness. Queen's shown, and what a pot. $6,300 being pushed the way of Otis.
$25 fucking dollars on this button, so I'm just going to give the button away. Fuck you and your button. I don't want that shit. That's a bad fucking omen.
Boy, tell him how you really feel, Otis. Wow.
That's a bad fucking omen button. I don't give a shit about that button. I didn't want to fuck with it.
So I pay you back from last week.
Yeah, we're good now.
You see there, wow, the Catman's still in the positive when it comes to the earning category. But what a pot. $6,300 pushed the way of
That's why I
Otis.
got you paid. I don't know what you're talking about.
Sorry, you're right.
If you didn't have the button, you wouldn't even get paid.
Shut up. Like, he didn't chase that much for the button.
Yeah, he did.
No, he chased that much to make me look stupid in front of my kid again. I know what you're doing. My kid loves me, man. Stay out of my relationship with my kid.
You can tell them say you're proud of them now.
They might love me again.
Oh, you're the straddle.
Sorry.
Yeah, that hand's going to be one tough act to follow. As Shane wakes up with ace-queen suited. Ace-10 suited for Duke.
I was thinking, say, what was the chance?
And Vegas Viet with 5-6.
I was sitting there going, I'm going home if you do it.
Again, glad to see Shane getting involved. Lynn with 7-4 suited will stick around as well. So we go 4 ways to the flop. You see the kill button put into the pot with the rest of the money.
Gonna get Bluff in front of his kid.
I can't. I'd rather pay the Bluff off and then get bitched out of a hand.
Flop is Jack high, 2 clubs, Jack 8-9.
If I take money from you from this week, I'm gonna pay you back next week.
Gutter ball for Lynn.
Keep doing the circle. Keep doing the circle.
Yeah, it does.
Gutter ball as well for Viet. Ace high out in front right now with the queen kicker. Gutter ball for Shane, too. Duck gonna stick around with his open ender. Boy, everybody's got a little bit of everything on this board. Will chase Lynn away. So heads up, ace queen, ace 10 to the turn. There's another jack. The Duke right now with 7 outs.
Oh, good. Okay, good. All good so far. We'll see what happens, you know. But I got prayers coming your way, bro. Yeah, man.
And to the river, the 9. So the board double pairs. So this is going to be a chop pot now with ace high.
Don't talk
Your
about it.
specialty.
Don't talk about it.
Got to scooped it.
Thank God there was no stream.
And it looks like we are going to say goodnight to the Catman as he will scamper off into the great unknown.
Did you get it back last night?
Yeah, short $500.
Wow. What? 3 from who?
Forrest mostly. He was nice enough to stay just to help us get upstairs. He wanted my money though.
Wow.
Full bet of 250 with ace high.
Yeah.
He helped me get back.
See if Duke can find just the call to the chop here. He is going to find the fold button. So ace high was good, but Shane will take down the pot. So we'll work on getting the name to go with the new face that will take the Catman spot.
Yeah. Yeah, that 100 was the part.
Did you play last night?
On the stream? That was wild, man. That was the craziest.
I thought there would be like some firework with you.
So we'll be welcoming Amir back. He'll be buying in with $7,400. Seen him the last couple of Thursday nights here on the 510 stream.
30K.
Oh, you were at that game?
Yeah.
Where was that? Is that at the Champions?
The Champions. That was the craziest game I've ever been a part of.
Well, you see, like, that's different, though. Like, I mean, it's, you know, if you ever sit with a person that's got so much money they don't care, it's so tough to fucking do. I mean, you want to get them eventually, but if they play every hand, they're going to have that one hand that kicks the shit out of you.
And that's what happened yesterday. That one hand messed everybody up.
Of course, in reference to that hand last week, in which the only reason Vegas Viet made the call was he stood up and said, you know what, I'm rich, I'll make the call. Ended up being the right call, too, as a matter of fact. So, good on you, sir.
And I think the argument was fair to an extent.
World loves a risk taker, that's for sure.
Casey turned over again on the end zone. 3 times already.
Disadvantages. That's what
It's fun to play against Milkman because you know you can get a double up at any point. But it's also really challenging because he's going to put you to the test.
And he's got the money to just keep going and going.
And he buys in for like 5 times your stack.
Oh, that's fucking great.
Man, I hit
That's
quads,
just great.
I had quads against him post stream and like barely got paid. It was the most infuriating thing.
Oh, you have the 10. We're gonna go, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Into the action we go again. Amir's first hand is some suited garbage. He'll toss it aside.
I think I lost it last time.
You can make that right. 1 fold, 2 folds.
Dirty diaper for Lynn, no thank you. Couple of 9s for David, and he's going to make it 60 to go. Benjamin with a suited Jack 8. Otis with Jack 9. 2 the flop we go. 3-handed, and it's king high flop.
5 check, 6 check.
So 9s are good at the moment.
3 bets, 90.
Benjamin does pair 8s. And he will see the $90 of David. 2 the turn we go. Another king. So kings and 8s for Benjamin. That's got to make Ben feel a little bit better about his hand, seeing the board pair kings like that. David's still going to lead out, however. 150 to go.
Should be 95.
He will find the fold button, however, as David takes it down. Again, David, one of the more consistent earners on the live stream for sure. Had that conversation a while back about who's the top earner on the live stream, which is still all in pen in a single game. But when it comes to the length of their career playing on TCH Live, that honor goes to David in the 3 seat. Just a consistent earner. You rarely see him have a losing session.
How's that game? I haven't seen it. How's it going over there?
3 time in the his zone, 3 turnover for KC.
Good. 20.
And Denver can't move the ball.
8 folds. 9 folds. 1 fold. 2 folds. 4 folds. Thank you, man. 5 rolls, 8, 6 folds, 7 folds. Buttons and 4.
And just some pre-flop aggression, all it is going to take, as Otis will take the pot down with ace-king. Big slick, the way the hand was meant to be played.
I've had their burgers.
Their duck and short rib burger.
Yeah, I've had that one. That's really good.
And always easier.
I had their schnitzel, which is pretty cool because they do like a Caesar schnitzel on top of it.
Libby, it was a little over $10,000 in profit
Oh, that's right.
that night at its peak. Again, after the cameras shut out, we do know that he did end up giving some of it back. But here's the best part of that story, is he was down to just 1 blind, just down to $10, and just proceeded to roar back to life. His stack exceeded 13K at one point. It was a beautiful thing to watch.
My wife makes me 2 in the regular play. I got nothing fancy.
I'm like, wait a minute.
Where'd it go?
Otor, that's how you pronounce that. Otor?
See, my shit, turkey. It's easy
No,
to
that
pronounce.
sounds right.
Yeah,
I was saying
ain't no breaking point on my shit at all.
1 fold, 2 raises to 60, 3 folds.
And for the first time this evening, we've got aces. But Caleb was not there for them. Very interesting. I swear he was at the... Oh, there it is. Okay. It's like the graphic got ahead of itself. It was made $200 by the aces. I was going to say. I'm going to have to walk out of the booth and beat him myself. So a couple of 8s now for Benjamin. Shane with 9-7 says no thank you. High suited connector. Queen Jack of clubs for Lynn. To the flop we go. And flopping a set of 8s. Look at this. Nice work, Benjamin. That was all skill.
You gotta see this.
Caleb with the overpair to the board. He is going to continue. He was the pre-flop aggressor, and now Uncle Ben just got a flat with top set. I like it. I like it. And Backdoor Club says, I'll come along too. So Ben about to get paid as we hit the turn, the 7 of hearts. And does bring some straight possibilities into the mind of Ben, but not much. And with the pre-flop action, I doubt we're going to see something as obscure as 9-6. Caleb, however, with the Rockets. See if he keeps barreling at it. Boy, it's always fun to look down at aces, but not know you're only 7% favorite to win the hand. There is a bet. It looks to be a little under half pot. So this is the point here where Ben can really get paid if he elects to do something a little out of the ordinary for him. And we know Ben still likes to flatten situations like this, but I think we get a raise in there about 1,500. We can get Caleb to commit the rest of his stack.
Dang.
And it looks like he is just going to flat it.
6 raises to 1,500.
Correction, there it is, 1,500. Was worried he was just cutting out a call there, and now it goes back to Caleb with the aces, drawing to 2 outs. Come on, Bree. Again, top set against an overpair to the board. Could not have dreamed of a better situation if you are Ben. Again, 4-6, 6-9. Did he really call my pre-flop raise to 200 with 6-9?
Oh my gosh. The rice. Tony.
And a big spot here. Going to cost him another $850 to make the call.
Alright, I'll randomize it. 25%. I'm gonna put you all in.
Well, it looks like he's going to leave this up to a randomizer. And it looks like he found the fold one. So masterful fold, even if it was done by the randomizer. But a set of 8s is beyond good in this situation. What a hand that was. And what a pickup for Ben. And as prophesized, I'm going to be joined down in the booth by the man, the myth, the legend, RJ. How's it going, my friend?
It's going great. How are you doing, Wes?
Doing fantastic. It felt just like about an hour ago I was interacting with you in the chat, and all of a sudden you're here right now. So welcome
like
in.
Excited to be here. Very glad to be back in the booth. Great stream that you guys run here, and hopped in at just the right time to see a pretty action hand.
Oh, yeah.
Pocket 8s flopping that set for Ben and getting paid. Very nice job by him. Good fold by Caleb as well. Very hard to lay down that overpair, but just difficult spot that he found himself in, with Ben probably having relatively few bluffs and a lot of 2 pairs and made sets as well. Nice job by Caleb.
I mean, it had to be a set or nothing at that point, because you know 6-9 is not going to call 200 pre-flop. 6-4 is not going to.
I thought Big Lick was your favorite.
Hey, no. 7 deuce offsuit's the best hand in poker, sir. You know that. Come on.
Agreed. Agree to agree there.
Yes. The action continues. Ben with the kill button and Queen Jack. See if he elects to get saucy on the button here. Nobody's raised it yet.
Yeah.
And there's just a flat. There's got a lot of button flatting. on the stream tonight, so I know you're more of a cash game specialist than I am. So what percentage should we be raising the button in a cash game with no action up until your position?
With no action or just one limper, you're probably opening around 60% of hands, if I'd have to say, as long as you're comfortable playing post flop. Maybe Ben's thought here with one limper behind in front is that he just wants to be able to play 100% of his range. It allows you to protect the really weak portions by just flatting with something like Queen Jack. They can flop decent, although as here we see he is somehow very well in the lead with that Queen Jack high. But this might just be who has the most heart.
Looks like graphic corrected itself there as Queen 9 well out in front.
There we go.
And to the river we go. 10-9. Absolutely beautiful. The Duke coming through on the river.
Love to see the size that he chooses here. Looks like maybe about 135.
Yeah, right about. As a matter of fact, 135 exactly.
Yeah, forcing a lot of calls here from Shane. I think he's going to get paid.
Yep, goes to showdown, and that will do it. Again, Duke's been relatively quiet so far this evening, but glad to see him drag the occasional pot, of course. One of the more upstanding gentlemen that we have come in here. Just everybody here, fantastic personalities. And speaking of which, if you haven't come in here often, boy, do I have the solution for you. How about a round of each tournament every Saturday at 1 p.m.? It's a $20 buy-in, a $20K starting stack, and as is a staple of Texas Card House, multiple $20 rebuys, of course. So lots of opportunities to grow a fat stack as the game progresses. Of course, you being the
Thanks for the offer, though. I appreciate it.
elite Omaha player that you are, you ever find yourself with the urge to play in a round of each tournament, I got just a tournament for you, sir.
That does look like a really fun opportunity. I will say that I have not played in a round of each tournament yet, but those round of each cash games can get very exciting. Definitely causes some people to play both kinds of games a little bit differently than you see in a straight Hold'em or a straight Omaha setting. So can create for some very fun action. And speaking of fun action,
oh yeah, big slick, ace-10 for Shane. And Shane and Amir, the two late additions to the table. Again, Amir took the seat of the Catman after losing a $6,300 pot. Absolutely brutal. Called him with a bluff catcher. And to the flop we go. 7-6-5, 2 spades. It's definitely the flop you anticipate with ace king. You're never going to hit with it. That spices things up a little bit now.
it does look like interesting double check here from Amir.
This is going to be the opportunity for Shane to steal it right now.
Yeah.
Instead, he's just going to check it. Oh my goodness.
Interesting. You got to feel like ace-10 has no equity when Amir double checks here. Now with the triple check, he's probably going to see a call if Shane makes a bet at it.
Goes check, check. So very anticlimactic hand for what we saw pre-flop.
That sucks. Like, you look at
It's nice to see for Amir. I think the second time in 3 hands that we've seen the person who gets the kill button also on the button. Maybe one of the best feelings in the kill button game on your last act with that thing. It can create for some very fun opportunities to go for some big value and some nice bluffs. So
I know, the best feeling in the kill button game. Straddling the kill button and looking down at ace king suited or a hand of similar value.
Do love that as
yes.
Yeah, the very first hand.
Fingers crossed we see an action one here.
Oh, definitely so. It's only been 2 hands since we've seen a big one. I'm starting to itch over here.
Getting the itch. And we've got some diamonds on board already.
King
Amir,
10. There we go.
Definitely could get spicy here. Interesting sizing here, only going 3x after 2 callers. Would love to see the creative 4-bet from David here.
Do you think there's something along the lines of, you know, a hand that you definitely want the call with, only going to go 3 times? Of course, you know, you got some characters like Vegas Viet right behind you with Big Lick that'll pump it up to 625. So we'll see if Amir will stick to his guns. Little does he know just how far ahead he is. But
yeah, if he could only see the cards. He does look like he wants to call, though, getting 2-1 here and being in position with that kill button. Big stacks, both of them. King 10 suited is going to play a little better with those big stacks, but Amir says no thank you.
Wow. Boy, those suited kings, those suited aces, they play so well post-flop. It's almost hard not to make a call. But still, I mean, hands like King 10, they do shrivel up to any 3, especially a 4-bet at this point. 2 callers already from the initial straddle. So you know that it's not going to happen with nothing. Well, little do you know, you got Viet Vo in seat number 1.
Little Patrick Mahomes MVP action there.
Oh, yeah.
Coming in with a very nice bluff to take it down. Good hand, my friend.
Suited ace now for Shane. Ace deuce of hearts. Jack 8 now for Amir. A little surprised not to see Amir from the hijack, at least flat with that.
Yeah, maybe still ruining the missed opportunity of the last hand. The Vegas Viet continuing to get in there and get spicy. Oh boy.
So 4 ways to the flop we go.
Oh, that girl played.
Ace in the window and a pair board to boot.
Y'all busted her.
Matt bluffed her. She had a paired board on the flop.
And Shane already drawing to 91%. Everybody else got to go perfect to catch anything.
Because she just thinks Matt has a boat every time.
Goes a little over 1/3 pot. And no resistance.
Nope, none at all.
Nice hand.
Like, no one on this table would ever fold that hand last night.
Wow.
Yeah.
So she lost all her money, basically.
She left with like $500.
Oh, she got to split that with the other guy.
Yeah. No, she put her own money on the table.
Oh, what? She lost it?
She lost what Milkman gave.
Oh, what the hell?
Yeah. Lost what Milkman gave her and then put her own money on the table.
That's crazy for her putting her own money out to play with y'all like that.
I know. 3-handed like that.
Wow.
Yeah, she was into it.
You played 3 games?
Yeah. Man, it's always me, Forrest, and Matt that end up there that way. No one
Should have
else.
checked. I did not know you were playing off stream.
Oh, really?
Got the check. Yeah.
We always do. What do you mean?
Not every time, no.
Not every time, but lately, yeah.
Just started.
They'll give you a room after.
Oh yeah, we definitely got the room amount.
Did you stay there or no? Did you stay
I
there
went,
before?
I've never stayed there. I went home.
How far do you work from there?
Gallery, street.
Vegas Viet and Caleb going at it with some ace rags. This will be an interesting board, as I would assume. Interesting. I would have liked to bet there from Vegas Viet. Just a range bet on such a strong flop. Chooses to go ahead and see his equity. Realize. He does open the door for Caleb to come in with a bet on this turn. Let's see what sizing he chose. A little over 1/3 pot, maybe 2/5. We do see that call, and what kind of river are we going to get? Might get pretty boring here. It is, once the graphics catch up, the Jack of Spades. Neither of them do have a spade in their hand, but obviously both holding Broadway, which is a one-liner. Caleb just ready to be in check call mode. Viet has to make a bet here. I'd probably go relatively small.
All I know is they do it and then they get money to repair it. So it's like it's tough.
He goes the opposite. Looks like maybe 350. Caleb, according to the graphics, makes the quick call in that check call mode, and they chop it up.
I didn't think he'd have a hand like that.
There's something I want to ask you to watch for at the concert, dude. But at the same time, I don't want to spoil it. Like if you were to, if you miss it, you miss it. But if you, I want to know if they actually, if they do this thing again, if it was a special effect or if it was for real.
I don't like asking.
You have to know ahead of time.
Would love to know that concert that Ben is talking about.
It's not actually part of the music. It's part of the special, possibly part of the special effect.
Like when during the show is it?
So I'm gonna have to look at my phone and figure out.
Amir raising to 60, getting absolutely no resistance. Surprising at this table.
No, not a glitch.
But he'll take that kill button and say thank you very much.
Well, now you just walked into this. Now you gotta explain. I mean, it's like, okay, no. Yes, but no. Yes, but no. Baby. I'm gonna.
Do you see some higher VPIPs from some of the folks that just joined the stream?
I can tell. No, I can figure out which.
Smaller sample sizes, though, to be fair to the others.
We were kind of laughing, having a good time. Don't solve this that.
Shane and Amir with that high aggression frequency as well. Again, small sample sizes, but these players look like they came to play this evening. When you get in late, sometimes you get a little bit of an itch to make it all happen at once. Totally understand that as my current situation. I now kind of have to get in smaller sessions. You want to go ahead and get into pots and play and see some action.
I'm sorry,
I was 7 in the first time.
How's the button?
We are going to get to a flop here.
3 players.
Interesting lead by Otis. Just trying to mess around. Amir with that up and down. I would have liked to see a fast play there, especially to this bizarre sizing by Otis. He's just content to just realize his equity. Amir just cannot find the call to Otis's value bet on that river. Nice hand, my friend.
I don't get flushes. On God, when you look at it, I'll tell you. I don't know. I have pocket fours.
Otis did not tell a lie there. Pocket fours it was, going for the thinnest of value, but unfortunately just not finding anything in his opponent's hand.
Well, there's thin value, then there's whatever that was. You know, it's just, you gotta love not just the game in general, but especially this group that we've just got assembled here. Again, a big thank you to everybody spending their Thursday night with us at TCH Houston. And the fun does not have to stop because we got some action going on Sunday. You love football. We love football. How about football squares? Every hand you win until we fill up that 100 square grid is going to get you 1 square. Prizes range from $100 in free time to $200 in cash.
Wow.
So lots of great opportunities to watch the game we all love, and why not play the game we all love at the same time?
That is a great combo right there.
The only thing that can make it better is a full bar. Oh, wait.
Oh, wait. I think there's a solution for that. But,
I believe so.
Shane may need that full bar in a second, depending on how this runs out.
Oh, definitely so. 10s here. facing 280 more to make the call.
A really interesting situation here. Given the configuration, Shane does go ahead and decide to make that big raise on top. Does Ben just go for it all right here, out of position?
I think he will.
Different than the one you had last week. It's a nice one.
This one's my favorite.
Yeah.
Looking for any tells he can get.
I don't know. Shane's as cool as a cucumber in January right now. Does just flatten him, make the call.
He decides to play jacks the hard way, which I do love and appreciate. My favorite hand there, pocket jacks. They get you in the most interesting spots.
That is for sure.
I just like the big fucking box.
So we wait here for confirmation on the flop. It is 9 high. They both have an overpair. This is going to get bloody.
And there we go. It looks like it was probably an all-in and a snap, which checks out.
Yes, sir. Let's see what they elect to do. Run it once for Max Payne in this situation?
It sure does seem like it.
Yeah. Well, Payne inbound. Ace. So to the river we go. 10! Oh my goodness!
Oh, wow. The maximum of pain.
Wow, wow, wow. Absolutely brutal.
Oh my gosh. Shane picked the right time to go for it, and unfortunate for Ben there.
Or the right decision at the wrong time, or the wrong decision at the right time. That's
timing is everything, my friends.
Absolutely gross. I'll be right back. Wow.
Need to walk that one off from the booth. Dude, man.
Well, absolutely brutal $4,200 hand. And some new life breathed into seat number 7. Boy, it sure feels like the Catman's still with us.
The presence, his
Yeah.
9 lives, he's giving them away to others. And Ben taking that very well, commenting that that is poker.
Oh, yeah.
One of the toughest but also the most beautiful things about this game is that variability. It comes with the variance.
Well, speaking of other stories for tonight, let's talk about another one making their first debut outside of 1-3 was Andy tonight. I know you watched the stream a little earlier. Did you get a chance to watch the play?
I did not see any hands that he was in, unfortunately. I was kind of doubling down on daddy duty at the time, but I am curious. How did it go for the guy?
Well, his first time here, he played an hour. It was a respectable hour. Ended up jamming on top pair on probably the wettest board I've ever seen, and snap called by a flush. So I mean, it comes with maturity. You know, you gotta learn the hard way.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, this game, there's no true like golf pro that you can learn from. You gotta learn your own lessons, and they're still as expensive as hiring a golf pro. I might add.
No doubt, the hard knocks of experience.
So everybody's cheering, and I'm looking. I'm like, well, I'm
And nobody holding a heart right now. A pair of trays for Amir. And he's feeling safe enough to bet it. David, smart enough to fold ace high.
Take it down. Nice hand, Amir.
So you play with these guys on an alarming frequency. So tell me, if you were being asked to play heads up, who would you most want to go against right now, and who would you least want to go up against heads up out of this group of players at this table?
That's an interesting one. I would say that the one that I may want to go against least would actually be Duke. He just seems to have my number. He's a very intelligent individual, and I've just never seemed to get one through against him. He seems to just have those soul reads, and I've run into some bad spots against him too. So no disrespect to others at the table, who I'm sure would be very difficult to go against, but he might be the one that I fear the most playing heads up, I would say. But I guess from that respect, I may also want to go against him the most to kind of exercise some demons. So
Fair enough. All right. Nothing but respect for that answer. I mean, you want to be the best. You got to do what you know you're weak at. So very intelligent. I like it. I like it. 3 to a flop. Flop comes Jack high, Jack 9-7, couple of clubs. Correction, as the graphic will correct itself. 7-5 deuce 9. Apologies, 5 deuce 9. So middle pair for Shane. Gutter ball for Otis, and 2 overs for Amir as we go to the turn. Well, trip 5 seems pretty good.
It's going to make Shane a lot more comfortable, even out of position, obviously.
Does continue to check round to the river. There's the ace. Ace of diamonds not going to change anything.
Not surprised how this hand played out. It's hard to have a leading range if you're Shane on that turn card. But nice hand, my friend.
So you look now, the VPIP Amir, only a sample size of 13 hands. But we're talking about the OGs. Otis has the highest VPIP since starting the table. Of course, the Catman was well ahead of everybody when it came to it. It was a vintage Catman tonight. Absolutely vintage Catman.
Do love to hear that. Love to see that. There's a reason that it's Catman's game. He never fails to disappoint. He always brings the action.
That is beyond true. There was a time last week where the Catman had to get up, and even the chat just felt the energy drop from the game. And as soon as the Catman came back, it was like he breathed life back into it. So never underestimate the effect a player's charisma can have on the actual table.
Yeah, definitely appreciate that. One of the things that I appreciate so much about a lot of these players, too, they just have great energy. They're enjoyable to play with. They make for a really good time and environment. And speaking of good times with ace-king offsuit.
Good times ahead.
And Duke does decide to go ahead and fold the king-9 suited to the 3-bet aggression. Caleb, who is ahead of note, wants to go ahead and see if those mallards can go duck hunting.
Oh, not this time. And ace-king misses too, so the deuces are ahead. Because we've seen a lot of damage done with deuces at the table so far this evening. But he will take it down, Ben, that is, with a pretty standard continuation bet. Got a 9-high board. Yeah, the position of Caleb so bad that he really couldn't even try to bluff at anything. He's pretty much at that point playing his hand face up, a pair or high cards.
Yeah. It was an interesting board that you can definitely get creative on because Caleb is going to hit that board a lot more often than Ben based on the structure, but Ben does have that nut advantage there. I should say the over pair advantage.
All right, and we've got an official prediction from Poker Pro in chat. Shocked to see Caleb's VPIP in the 30s. I think at the end of the stream he'll be back to his normal 15% VPIP range. So based on what you know about Caleb as a player, how likely are we to see that?
I think that one thing that I appreciate about Caleb from the few times that I've played against him is that he does seem to vary his aggression, his VPIP, based on how the table is playing. This is a situation where I would not be surprised at all to actually see him continue with a bit of a higher VPIP. But that has been something that has made him difficult to play against from my perspective. And again, a small sample size that I've had against him, but I had come into games sometimes thinking that he was going to play very tight, and he had really loosened up. So I think that's a very important aspect of being a good poker player, is kind of being able to catch people off guard and play to what other people think your tendencies are as well. Kind of know yourself and know what other people think about you. So speaking of, Caleb is going ahead and getting that VPIP up with, let's see,
Ben with ace, king of clubs. To make it 2:05 to go.
Are you with me, guys? Okay.
And a couple of fives for Caleb here. Tried the ducks last hand. Let's try the fives.
Both hands very slightly improved, and Otis deciding to get in on the action. Crash the party here. And man, where was that duck last hand?
For real.
Is what Caleb's thinking. Otis loving that top pair right now.
Definitely so.
Very interesting to lead into the pre-flop 3-better here, being squeezed.
That's an instant red flag right there. I mean, that's obviously a board you're going to make a C-bet on with ace-king.
Yeah, unbelievably strong
Yep.
here by Otis. Probably actually at the bottom of the range that he should be doing this with, if anything, that he should be leading out with on this flop. Ben really has to fold here. No backdoors to note besides queen jack.
Other than
Obviously,
a pretty sick pair draw.
He does have the sick pair draw, but with Caleb behind as well, who's probably going to be checking 100% on this flop with everything including sets, Ben's just going to be in a world of hurt if Caleb continues or raises. Very big sizing here from Otis as well. No surprise to see Ben fold.
And Caleb, not too shocking on a bet that size either with just fives. 2 overs there, any floated ace-9, anything strange like that, even queen 10, for example, king 10, queen 10. You know, you just can't keep drawing against the main hand.
Definitely makes sense for sure. Otis with the strength doesn't allow Ben to check back and see a free turn there. Give a little reverse free roll.
So we begin the final hour of our live stream. Again, you weren't in the booth for the whole thing. You watched a little bit of it before you got here. So it's time for bold predictions.
Oh boy.
I know this is your favorite part of the show, so let's hear it.
All right, let's see. What is a bold prediction here?
I mean, I'll make my bold prediction first if it'll help you.
All right.
Lynn stacks Ben.
Lynn stacks Ben. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, bold prediction.
All right. Okay. Okay. Well, we'll see if it may come to fruition in this hand. Ben just magnet for those ace-kings right now.
Every hand.
Caleb with the jacks. These two are just going at it. Caleb's hands continue to get better.
Am I missing something, or did Viet just fold ace-king?
I would really be shocked. I wonder if there is a card misread there, because that would be wildly out of character for any player at this table, Viet in particular.
And nonetheless, the jack's going to just flat the ace-king here, so playing jacks the RJ way. And dead in the water.
He goes about 2/3 pot on an ace low board. Caleb, you do have to go ahead and call here at some frequency. It looks like that's what he's going to do here. Oh, 215, not 250. My apologies.
To the turn, 5 of diamonds.
Does bring in the backdoor diamond draw. Not super relevant based on how this hand is played out. It's a pretty good sizing here from Ben. He's trying to charge exactly what Caleb has. 10s, jacks. Caleb's probably not just flatting queens pre, but it's possible. 9s. Worse aces.
Yeah, I can see definitely around the ace-jack range for when it comes to strong aces. Weakest ace could be ace-8.
Yeah.
So if all these people are gluten intolerant, like, as long as they're tearing.
It looks like he does pick the right size here because he does get the call. Be interested to see what river comes and what they choose to do with it. That's a bad one for Ben to get any value. And it looks like Ben's going to stack up real big here, which I'm not sure if I agree with. I think you actually maybe even want to go smaller than 500.
6 bet.
975. That is big. Just actually a little over half pot.
Now you're really just targeting non-believers in this case. I mean, there is a world where Caleb does have ace-queen offsuit here as well. Obviously, at that point, we're not just looking at a call, but you're giving him 3-1 here. He's got to decide 25% of the time does he win. I think with jacks, it's probably a fold, especially on that river.
Not your underwear scrunching up feeling.
Oh, that's kind of personal.
Well, I mean, that's an uncomfortable feeling. I mean, he's having a good
Why
feeling.
we have to go there? Could you go something good?
He's having a good feeling.
You went straight for the bad underwear thing. That's just weird.
Well, it's bad. I mean, it's
Gotta love the table talk.
wrong conversation.
Yeah,
Right place, wrong conversation.
not right place. I think the place might be wrong.
Wrong place, right conversation. Got it.
Caleb does look like he wants to get sticky here. I think it's the wrong situation too. I mean, you're really just looking for maybe a lower pair, 10s, 9s, 8s, 7s that Ben decided to turn into a bluff. I don't know that this is the line he would have taken with these bet sizings on the flop, turn, and river with those hands. He does find the fold. Nice hand, Ben.
Well, I mean, from the 3-betting range of Ben, I mean, you have to know you're behind, even on the turn at that point. I mean, just even leading out on the flop on an ace-high board, you know Ben's not going to lead unless he's got something.
Yeah, hard to find a lot of bluffs that make sense on that turn for the sizings that Ben was taking.
But nonetheless, you see there the Fall Classic well underway at spring, and I feel like I should keep reminding you, because I will. The $500,000 guaranteed main event kicking off on October 17th. 8 starting flights, $800 buy-in, a 2-day event, and your chance at a lion's share of $500,000. What would you do with $135,000 right now?
Oh man, don't tempt me with a good time. I do still have to make my bold prediction here.
That is very
and I think it might be with an hour left. Do we have a full hour left? We do. I'm going to go the opposite of you, and I'm going to say Ben triples up this hour.
Interesting. Okay.
We've got some big stacks at the table, multiple people that he could double through. So I'm going to go ahead and look for that about 11K mark. That's where I got Ben at the end of the stream right now.
All right. Well, the official predictions have been made. In case you're wondering, there is no prize. We do this for pride and pride alone.
Pride, the ultimate prize.
Yes, sir.
And Ben wants to help me out here.
5 tray.
Getting in the action.
Well, is this Benjamin or is this the Catman in seat 6?
They'll never see it coming.
Much like the Spanish Inquisition, no one expects it. And look at this.
Oh, man.
Flops open-ended.
Give me the 4. Lynn also flopping open-ended.
Very true.
A 9 could be very bad news for Ben.
It's true. Shane would end up with the nuts.
Interesting. The turn really helping Lynn out now. If he didn't think he was good before, he's got to feel really good about his hand now.
And Benjamin holding on to the kill button as well.
Maybe influencing his call decision. It's a pretty large sizing that he decided to go ahead and float there with. Ben asking for the count. Would have to put in a, what is it, like 3.5 to 1 that he would be getting on this call. It would have about 2.5K behind, a little less than pot size. I mean, I'm wondering if he's just thinking about getting super spicy and shoving here.
Looks like he's just cutting out the call, though.
I do not know why. Len has just shown unbelievable amounts of strength here. And now that you kind of fall into this pose too, maybe giving off a little bit of physical cues, kind of hard to see Ben continuing successfully here unless he does find a 4 or a 9.
He is just going to flat it.
All right. Hopefully you have some devious intentions, my friend.
Oh! Wow!
Did Lynn just shove too?
6 called.
He did, and
Oh
a snap
my
call
God.
from Ben. Oh my goodness!
Ladies and gentlemen,
You're halfway there.
love it.
Wow, running slim.
Oh my Ben. Oh my Ben. You animal, you can just see into the future. I love it.
Oh yeah, shit, I forgot about that.
Man, oh man.
Little rope-a-dope. Oh, forgot about the kill button.
Why not?
You
Little
rascal.
bonus.
Makes up for the 10.
Oh boy.
Thank you.
And just like that.
Somebody tell him, all right, played his hand and won with me.
Yeah, big thanks again to everybody spending their Thursday night with us at TCH Live. If you haven't already, smash that like button, hit subscribe, click that little bell on the top of your screen as well. That way you never miss any action from any streaming Texas Card House location. And I don't know if you knew this yet, RJ, but we're broadcasting from the Houston studio.
That is awesome. I did see that they got that PLO stream up and running. Super exciting.
Super exciting. Everybody was all in on the second hand. It was absolutely mind-boggling, the amount of
More
action.
than that. Cannot get more action.
PLO is Houston's game, and we're happy to cater.
No doubt. Great to see. Great to hear. You know, he is still stacking up those chips. Keep going, my friend. Ben, I'm going to ride that all the way to a victory bet. Just need one. What do you got there? 3.4K more, my friend. That's all you need. Some nice looking hands here. Pocket nines and the good old king queen offsuit.
And Ben's got 5-4
Oh,
suited.
yes.
Let's
Oh,
go.
yes. He's improved dramatically from his last
Oh
hand.
my
Oh,
goodness.
wow.
Let's go. Do it again.
An even better flop this time for him.
6 and
Just getting better and better.
5 check, 6 check,
7 check punch.
1 bet.
Oh man, an 8 would be brutal for Ben though.
That it would. That it would. Of course, the board showing us the 3 on the board instead of the 6.
Yeah, so we do have a 5, 6, 7 flop. Otis getting a little bit speculative here.
6 call.
Ben's going to stick around, of course.
No doubt.
Deuce of spades.
That is a third spade with nobody holding one.
5 check.
Could create for some bluff opportunities.
I think that was the opportunity for Ben right there to take it down without seeing a river. Instead, Viet with the overpair.
275, 5 4.
Yeah,
we
calling
go
out his
again.
hand exactly. Oh man. The Cheshire Cat grin too on Ben's. Oh my god, and he's gonna do it. Oh come on, Ben. Come on. call, hit the 3. Take it all.
Do you have the flush already? Complete silence.
Do love how open he is to conversation in these hands.
Some good old East Coast style poker.
I see the same laugh.
Wants to bring some enjoyment to the session. Definitely appreciate to see that. Wants to interact.
I call.
6 calls. 2
There it is, the call
Oh boy.
to the river.
Oh boy. What is it?
The suspense is killing me, Miss Catherine.
3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5.
It's the 8. Oh my
no.
goodness.
Oh boy.
This is beyond sickening.
Oh wow. What are we going to see here when Ben does check? Yeah, just kind of wondering, did he actually get here with the 4? And if so, what can I charge him? I think something like 700.
2 is bet. 1 bet, 6 call. The bet is 650.
650 the bet, and wow. Absolutely sickening. Back-to-back hands that play out like this.
Wow.
Good for you.
How would you want it?
The 5-4 giveth, the 5-4 taketh away. Nice hand, Mahomes. Love to see it. I will say, too, the man does deserve it. His Jersey game, Viet, is absolutely on point for these Thursday night games.
Oh yeah, he had the Bears jersey on last week. You know, sporting the Mahomes jersey here in seat number 1 this week. He's next week on Thursday.
That is a good question. What is next Thursday? I do remember that Niners jersey that he had too. Very excited about that game. But I do think they covered.
It's going to be the Jaguars and the Saints playing next week.
2 teams with some playoff aspirations, but do kind of need to right the ship in some senses after some of the recent results. So it'll be an interesting one to see on Thursday night. And the Mallard hunting, Vegas Viet looking at big slick here. Interesting that he flats. Oh, and Otis also with big slick. And we saw an ace burned too. Oh, Ben's going to burn one of Duke's deuces.
That's okay. All it's going to take is nobody else hitting anything for the deuces to hold.
That is true. Otis does go ahead and increase the price to play. Duke does want to come along. I could have been okay with a fold there, but I do love it for the action. Viet's still slow playing, and Caleb he called his one time, ladies and gentlemen.
4 tray line away. Here we go, the flop.
That's what I get.
Couple of diamonds.
Oh boy. He does have the diamonds. He's got a good cards for removal, although I don't know how many people are really getting here with something like 4 or 5. This is going to be an interesting one. And dude, wow.
Wow, indeed. Going to take the lead with the Duckies, the Mighty Ducks. Quack, quack. Will chase Viet out of the pot. Caleb behind him with 4 tray.
And Caleb got to be thinking with Duke's lead and then flat. He doesn't have many 5s. Especially because if he has ace 5, it's probably suited here. So he's maybe wondering, can I get away with something?
He is just going to go ahead here. It looks like he...
Interesting. I'm probably
just
raising
flat.
there,
Yeah.
but I can get on board with it as long as he's got some devious intentions.
I'm in heads up.
With what, 2.8K effective left? It's just a little over pot size bet. Oh, no.
my
And that's it.
goodness. There it is.
And he does
The
not
Mighty
know.
Ducks.
He's drawing dead. Now what is Duke going to do? Sizing up the situation. Probably thinking Caleb has to have a 5. And how do you get the most value out of a 5 here? It's unfortunate because he's probably going to talk himself into the wrong play considering how relatively weak Caleb's hand is in comparison to what he's represented. I would love to see a check here if he can find it. It looks weak. You got to think that a 5 is gonna bet at you. He does go ahead and come with
900. Yeah, about 900 there. Still the flush draw, open-ended straight draw. Drawing absolutely dead.
Yeah, little does he know how bad that card really was for him. Probably the worst card in the deck for Caleb. On offsuit deuce. He looks like he wants to do something devious here.
Indeed so. Little does he know he already 7'd out.
There we go. He said it.
Oh, boy. All in a call.
Yeah, called. And he's going to see the bad news.
Drawing absolutely dead. They can run it 30 times.
No.
Hey, it's as flush to salt the wound.
Insult to injury. And the Duke.
Some people do that? Yes.
Duck hunting pays off. What a fascinating flop decision that ended up fantastically.
How about the last 3 hands in a row on the stream? Wow.
Worst made hand was a straight. And that's what we're talking about. That's pretty good. All in, about what, a 4K pot, and then an all in.
Wow.
Action City right now.
Well, I mean, we got close to your official bold prediction.
Oh, we're getting there.
Are we?
Don't you worry about that. And Ben's just taking a breather.
There you go. My official prediction right now. Win no longer covers Ben. So. You know, one of these days, one of us is going to hit one of those bold predictions. We just got to dig a big picture over the wall against our broadcast monitor.
Blind squirrel finds a nut sometimes. Broken clock is right twice a day.
You flattened 18 yet?
Yeah, I did. I was trapping, but Otis raised? I'm like,
You guys should have chopped that hand. What the
Yeah, that's what ended up happening.
What the hell?
Because they nobody getting
True. Conclusion really inevitable there, regardless. I think he's suffering from something that we call TMOS, too many outs syndrome.
Yeah, definitely.
Jedi Master Ted, always a pleasure to have you in the chat, my friend. How have you been?
I don't want to lose the rest of my money.
Suited ace here for Shane and the big blind.
Saying you lose the rest of my money implies that you're going to lose what's in front of me.
A couple more deuces.
Oh, ducks are everywhere right now.
Do miss that in some of the draw home games they used to play. The old deuces are wild. Yeah.
That's how I grew up, was learning those kinds of games. Super fun. All the 7-card variants.
Heads up we go. Ace high against a pair of 5s. king graces us with its presence, so plenty of outs for Shane. Of course, plenty being just the aces and sevens. I mean, they could pair the board with a king or a jack, giving them ace high.
Probably have to lead there if you want to go ahead and take this down. It's a hard board to do that on, though, so don't blame him. And Ling goes ahead and takes it. Nice hand, my friend.
I saw your eyes, dog. I saw you like, oh shit, where'd that come from?
And you're sitting over there. Were they
I saw it. I know.
Like the cartoons?
Oh, Doc's like, I already gave up the flower. He's like, I'm done. And then the damn news came out. Like, what the hell? Damn.
The way we're running after for sure. You know what?
Yeah, you did not look happy about the show.
I was hoping you just had a better flush draw. I'm like, oh fuck.
And right now, the stacks and earnings as Duke has skyrocketed into the lead tonight. Stack now at a little over 8 grand. Meanwhile, throwing the party is Caleb. Again, an unfortunate situation for him. He threw the party last week and finds himself on the short end of the stick 2 weeks in a row. It happens.
Tough spot to be in, but variance is real for sure, especially in live poker. You don't get many hands any given night, and if just 1 or 2 bluffs don't go your way or some value that you miss out on, it's can be a difficult thing to come back from. But still plenty of time left on the stream and post. I'm sure these guys will be playing well into the night. So.
Oh, absolutely. I'll be surprised if these guys are going before 3 a.m.
Now Ling. Maybe improving, maybe not, depending on whether or not you like the made pair of 5s or the king-queen suited. Both hands look good, though. I'll say that. And are worth getting to a flop, is what he says.
Now, speaking of 5s, they're in the hand of Viet, so 6-7 suited, king-queen suited, and a pair of 5s. Oh, wow.
Too much, though, for Viet, and not enough for anybody else, unfortunately. Though Ling wants to go ahead and rep the ace. It's very interesting. I probably am betting smaller here if I'm going to range bet like he's trying to do.
One call, right? We looked at each other, yeah, that felt that bet there, but you're cool with that one. 50, all right.
Ling drawn to running kings or queens or aces.
Yeah, that is true. Aces would do the trick. The 10, so in his mind maybe drawing to a jack, but we know better. He's drawing absolutely dead.
Now he wants to go ahead and put the pressure on here, betting pretty large, 2/3 pot basically. Question is, what are you really trying to get to fold? It must be a flush draw that he's targeting here. Ace X probably not folding unless you're going to unload the clip on the 3rd barrel on the river. Viet, as we can see, there's 0.0% chance that he folds this hand. Question is, does he raise?
Just going to flat here. I like it. Get him to barrel that river again, especially if something crazy like a jack would come up. Instead, the 4 will do the job for us.
I guess it's true. The last couple times I've seen him get in with you.
It's been pretty ugly.
What a check by Viet. What a check. If he had him on a flush draw.
Yeah. It's probably all in or fold here. Or all in or check. Sorry, the equivalent of a fold. Since you can't think that you're winning if you check back.
There it is, and the snap call.
Bang.
Wow. When good bluffs go bad.
When them good bluffs go bad. Unfortunate set of hands for Ling. Great job by Viet, as you said. Masterful river check.
Yep. That's just the mark of a true professional. Right there. He's been doing it for years. And now you see why.
Very nice hand.
I paid off a lot of
Now I'm like, go all in. I'm like, what the hell? I know, just say it, but that's kind of. No, I don't care, but that's kind of like shady. You know what I mean? Like, you just grab it, like.
That was a total airball, right? Yeah.
Well, I don't know how this could get any more fun.
This has been absolutely wild hour.
Oh, yeah, that it has. That was an absolutely wild half hour. So
Tons of action here. Big bluffs.
Correct.
Bluffs may not have gone the way that they
I just
were designed, but you know.
Yeah, I was still waiting to see that big successful bluff, but
Texas him twice and he bet twice with nothing.
some bluffs into full houses typically a bad strategy.
Oh yeah.
Same scenario. Same
As they said on South Park, you're gonna have a bad time.
You got it.
Can't remember the last time I've heard South Park referenced on a poker show, so I will take it. And that's the one TV show I have never missed a new episode for.
It's a great one.
It is.
A definite classic. Whoa, Viet just playing a little kill button game. 25, 25, 25.
25. Still waiting on that official merch drop. You know, just a shirt that has 25, 25, 25, 25 all the way down the front.
Would love to see that. Definitely buying that as soon as it comes out.
100%. That along with the Catman hat that I saw the Catman wearing. I think that'd be a good one as well to have.
Would love to see that hit the shelves.
No, what?
Bought a car and.
A car?
Yeah, and then
What you buy?
Been a while since we've had Penn on the show too. Penn, if you're listening out there, we miss you, buddy.
Brand new one?
Hope all is well. Come join the stream again.
How much that go for?
45 plus.
Great guy, great action, good player.
Definitely so.
The card game Magic the Gathering?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I spent 18K.
50 this time, right?
For a card?
Yeah, physical, not one card, a bunch of them.
What's that?
Amir with Jack 9 on the button. Gonna bump it up a little bit.
I used to play a lot.
Makes it 50 to go. Viet with 10-9 says, let's do it. I've got middle board coverage.
Yeah. That's what got me into poker.
Little does he know.
It seems like Magic and chess are like funnels.
4, 5, 6. Pair of 5s for David. Thunders into the lead.
Good check back by Amir.
That's going to slow anybody's thoughts of betting down.
I would think that could be one where Amir can find some bluffs.
There we go.
And he goes for a big sizing, which I actually do like in this situation. Vegas Viet just with some devious intentions. Wow, fascinating sizing here too. Just a little over a min click. David with the best of it.
He is going to get rid of it.
Wow.
Just the flat.
Would love to see what comes on this river and how these players play it. The jack.
There it is.
Yeah, Amir's not going to fold to a bet, I don't think. The question, if he goes for value, probably just checking back here if Viet does give up. He doesn't look like he wants to, though.
God, was I the only one hoping for a 9 to hit this river? I couldn't have been the only one
Sick
hoping.
Individual. It looks like he's going for a big sizing. Maybe 650?
575.
575. This actually puts Amir into a very difficult spot. Getting just better than 2-1 here on a call. I probably, man. I'd love to see what Amir does here. This is a very close spot. Oh, nice call, my friend.
Yeah.
Bullshit! You know that was some bullshit, man. Get the fuck out of here.
Good hand, good hand.
Check raise my ass on the ace. Get the fuck
I
out.
was gonna bet
Man.
1,200.
Nothing but love
gonna call.
here at TCH Houston.
Check raise me small on the ace. Get the fuck out.
Knew you had nothing like that. That's
I
why
knew you had nothing.
But when you call, I'm like, oh shit, he might
I knew that you knew that I knew. Always fun when there's a little bit of history that adds on to create some interesting levels in a hand, and there's a great example of one.
He's bluffing me all night. That's what I do to you.
Amir taking a stand. Love to see it, my friend. Getting that kill button. Let's see if it brings him some good luck. Oh, Ben.
Here comes Ben again with the 10s. Ben 10 in the 6th seat.
Come on, Ben. Just one quick double up.
Please don't do it. I don't want to put RJ's picture on the wall.
We'd love to see it. I'll get it nice and framed. Don't worry, it'll be beautiful up there.
Oh, boy. I'll put it up there next to my big list of cat idioms.
I don't know if this is going to be the hand, especially with Caleb folding the Brunson, cutting Ben's outs.
Put a frame picture of you up there next to my frame picture of cat idioms.
Damn, stupid Jack.
Oh no, Ben. About to step into it, unfortunately.
Damn you, Amir.
He was gonna do something else.
How? When I'm gonna bottom the river. He had a plan. He think I was gonna check the river, of course. But I'm not checking.
He might have re-raised on the river.
Man, all I know is you told me you called me with.
Oh, that was a very quick snap all in from Dave.
I know what type of Viet showed up tonight.
That was 185 to call. He does make the call, so queens against 10s. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Max Payne.
Oh my God!
Oh, yes!
Holy! Oh, the case 10.
I mean, I got crunched.
My goodness.
Not exactly. You started that.
God, I love this
Wow.
game.
He started it.
Thank you.
Take care, David.
He is just classic. He is on the best end and the worst end of luck tonight. Hitting amazing cards and brutal ones. Unfortunate hand for David to go out on.
Oh, we are going to see something very rare. This is the early exodus from David. David, we wish you the very best. Get some sleep, and we'll see you next week. You know, and Ben's been on the losing end of those one-outers twice throughout our stream tonight, so he was definitely due for one.
For sure. Nice hand, Ben. Oh, now we have the return of the cat.
Oh, my goodness. I thought I felt the winds change direction.
Let's see if he can send us out with a bang. About a half hour left, a little less. Love to see some fun action here on the end of the stream.
When I hit the card, how can I fold?
Yeah, maybe.
Well, how can I fold? Yeah, no.
There's been some really interesting hands that we've had going. Amir just talking about that hand where Viet tried to get a little sly on him and he sniffed it out. Jack on the River did make it a little easier on him, but still a fun one to watch.
Bro. Play with each other too much, Amir.
That's true. That's true, man.
Suited big lick, not good enough for Otis.
Oh, Ben!
Did fold. No longer.
Fold in the kill button.
The kill button.
You're killing me, Ben. You're killing me.
Amir with King Queen.
Normal. Pretty normal. Yeah. You missed the hand. It just happened. And that was aggressive from the partner to your right.
Ooh.
Sixes for the Catman.
You got out of line.
10 high board. That's actually a pretty good flop for sixes.
Yeah, definitely.
Is that what that means?
No, of course not.
Leave me alone. I don't know this shit, man. I'll believe anything right now. Leave me alone.
Very quick call there from Catman. Maybe knowing exactly where he's at.
Oh, everybody laughed.
Shane with the gutter. And then over.
I said Topo Chica.
Oh, and he
Oh,
hits
there it
it.
is.
Comes straight in.
Stream of consciousness.
How sick would a 4 diamonds be on this river?
Shut up. I have riddles. You can have some.
No, I stopped using those many years ago because
Not super surprising to see it check through.
That's awesome.
And it's earthy undertones. We're going to give him enough kick to win the high and the low. But
You just got a bunch of references tonight for that movie.
I know.
It is a great scene now.
Every day.
I was on Viet.
That's what I think. Every day.
Like a
5 minutes.
decade and a half ago.
Oh, no. It's like candy to me.
Zamir with King Queen. Don't know exactly what he's pondering, but nonetheless, he throws it away.
Really wanted to be a big hero there. That would have been a tough call to find for sure. And they do lay it down. Nice hand chain.
So with that, we will bid goodnight to Miss Catherine and a welcome into our final dealer of the evening, and that is the Ted Master General, Teddy himself.
Thank you.
And while we go through that quick little change of the guard, we'll remind you again until we're blue in the face, but if you have not yet marked the calendar, this is your opportunity. $500,000 guaranteed, October 17th. You got 8 chances to go into this, and a big chance to come out the lion's share of $500,000. Yeah, I'm still thinking it'll be like the $135,000 range. So what it was for the $500,000 guarantee here in the Poker Atlas Tour.
That is a fantastic number. It's a great job that's been done up there with the room. You got to go check it out if you haven't seen it yet with the expansion. Looking beautiful, and the Fall Classic numbers so far have been fantastic. Really excited to see how that main event goes. And best of luck to you, my friend, as well, in playing it.
I appreciate it. You know, I was heartbroken because I woke up to my alarm.
Right? I mean,
And I didn't set. I set the wrong alarm. And I slept through the registration for the horse tournament.
Oh, no.
So,
Oh, boy.
It's unlike me to miss a mixed game tournament. So. Couple of 10s for Amir now.
Seen another nice hand that's allowing him to get in on the action again. See if anybody has something that's worth calling.
Yeah, I'm glad to have the Catman back, but I'm more glad that avatar is no longer looking into my soul.
You know why I jigged him?
And he has on his tag there. Flop comes ace high.
Someone texted me that he was bluffing, so
Couple of 8s to the credit for the board as well.
Yeah, an interesting spot there with 10s. You kind of do want to bet for some protection against something like King, Queen, Queen, Jack. It's hard to find much value on that exact board, though.
Nobody could call him right there.
No, I know that was the difference. I think the transition was different. Because here you
go full on and we go 12.
yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, if you do, it's not very strong.
Vegas, Viet, and Ben, not disappointing with how many hands they get to showdown with. You want to see those runouts. They are paying for 5 cards. Love to see it. They've both been rewarded with some nice wins tonight.
My personal favorite suited connector, Jack 10. Not my favorite suit, however.
What is?
Hearts. Yeah, again, I think I brought this up last week, but a friend of mine said statistically there are more heart and spade flops recorded on stream game history than diamond and club flops. So
Those are the stronger suits if you're playing bridge. So
yeah,
maybe a little bit weightier on the deck. I don't know. Wow.
Oh, speaking of hearts, that is
A lot of
music to my ears. How about
Interesting
Amir with
hand.
the gutter ball to the straight flush?
Yeah. Oh,
Oh,
and he
he's
does
got
find
himself
it.
the flush. Yeah.
He has turned them both dead.
Ace of clubs on the river. 1-2.
I'm not sure we get there. Amir just kind of playing a little coy with the, what is that, third nuts?
Yeah. Flush on the board now.
Pay the man.
And
Trying to
we'll
get a little
collect
trappy.
it. He'll collect the kill bonus. So we move right along. Yeah, we've seen a straight flush on the stream before. We've seen everything but a royal on the stream, actually. Now, here's the funny thing. If we had been recording 20 minutes before, 3 weeks ago, we would have seen a flopped royal flush. Yeah, unfortunately, the cameras were not rolling just yet. They were still just warming up.
Oh, man.
Yep.
Would have been a beauty.
That's how the game works, though. They show up. They've been playing for about an hour and a half before the cameras actually start rolling. So we call it their warm-up period. You know, it's just a chance really to
yeah, gotta stretch a little. These guys aren't young anymore.
loosen up, play a little catch, you know.
Don't want to pull a muscle out there.
I know this ain't gonna get through. I know it ain't gonna get through.
He just surrendered right now. Just call it.
Duke waking up.
And Otis getting back in on the action. Feels like it's been a while since we've said that name. Oh, we got the Texas heads up. Yes. 6 ways. Ooh. Absolutely disgusting.
Yeah. Otis finds himself pretty far behind Shane, unfortunately for him. Shane does go ahead and decide to fast play it with 2 diamonds out there. Even though he does have the 9 of diamonds in his hand. Viet is looking down at the king high flush draw. Does it come? He does pick up a pair. Let's see what size Shane goes for here. Unless he's nervous about 6-7, he's probably got to go for some value. And it looks like maybe 400 to 500. Yeah. 400. Viet getting 3.5 to 1 here.
What the?
Maybe focused on other things.
I guarantee that. Well, I mean, there are worse things to be called.
Maybe it's a good thing that I don't get the reference, so I'll have to look it up later. Otis has got to think that he's pretty well dead at this point. Drawn to a jack. He does decide to make the call, though. Got a big pot here going to the river.
And the river brings the king of spades.
Wow, 2 pair for Viet. Not the way he thought he was going to win this one. Will probably kill action, though. Oh, excuse me. He is not going to win this one.
Shane still got this thing locked down. I was waiting to see if you saw something I didn't.
No, I knew that Shane had 9 and a nice kicker. I forgot which one, unfortunately for me. That is an action card.
And Shane not going to let it go unheard from. I think that Viet's only going to be able to find a call here. Going perfect.
Yeah. And it is a very strong river bet after the flop and turn calls. So I do think you're right that a call is certainly the play here if you're going to continue.
And the chances of a call here are about as good as you Googling who Matt Bragg is, I think.
Man, I'm not going to let this one down. Some beautiful stacks of green there. Unfortunately, they're going to get a little bit smaller, I think, after this hand. He does not look like he's excited about it. Credit to him for realizing how strong this line is that Shane is taking. But he just cannot find the fold.
Yeah, and calling the best option there, definitely. Will get shown the bad news.
Nice hand, Shane. Very good value there on the river. Didn't go for too much. Based on Viet's body language, he probably wasn't calling too much more. So I thought the sizing may have been a little bit small in game, but very well played hand, my friend.
Again, winding down. We got about 10 minutes left in our stream this evening. And a big thank you to everybody who spent their Thursday evening with us here at TCH Live. And if you haven't already, make sure you've hit that like button. You know what? Smash that like button. Do it. Do it. Go full brag with it. Smash it. And make sure you subscribe as well. Don't miss any action from any Texas Card House streaming location across the Great Lone Star State. Here's Duke with Ace King. It's also alarming how often we've seen Ace King just flatted in tonight's stream.
Unbelievable, yeah. Duke not going that route. Fast playing. Going with maybe a bit of a smaller size. Not sure how splashy this game can be.
Kojak, bang bang for Shane in the 7 seat.
And the table not one for action here as we're going to go 5 ways.
Oh my fucking goodness, man! What the fuck?
Well, I'm guessing KC did something pretty amazing.
God. What is wrong with that, man?
10 high flop, a couple of diamonds. Open ender for Amir, and he hits it.
Oh, wow. He seems a little distracted. Amir may be going to take advantage. He is laser focused on that straight that he just hit.
And Shane hitting top pair is going to lead out.
With early configuration here, it's a really strong raise from Amir. Especially for the sizing. I think he's got a fold, yeah. Amir may be a little bit greedy with the sizing there. Although it's hard to figure out what raise sizing makes a lot of sense when you're raising first position.
We're nearing the end of our stream. We'll take a look at the stack sizes and earnings. Duke, the big earner tonight, with $5 grand in profit. The Catman, who rejoined the table, left with an $1,100 profit. So he's still in the green, all told, adding both parts of the session together. However, Caleb, still the prestigious honor of throwing the party this evening. Of course, we said goodbye to Andy, Joe, and David in the course of the broadcast this evening.
Caleb got a little fan base over here.
Well, when your fan base is one loud cat, I don't know.
Yeah, that's fair.
You say 10 more, you admit.
5 fold, 6 fold. Wait, the stream is not even over. 8 fold.
Duke will relinquish the kill button. We get back to Viet, who's got himself 5, 6.
We do see the 160 is on this hand.
Yeah.
Caleb.
Straddle, re-straddle, re-straddle, and a premium for the Catman. Especially heads up here in the straddle.
Oh yeah, definitely. Conventional wisdom says raise, so what size did he pick?
500.
Yeah, Hail Mary.
Little suited gapper. Again, 8-5, 8-7, 8-6. That range of hands generally plays very well post flop when it's suited.
Yeah, this might be a little speculative. Might be a little bit of a stuck situation. It's causing Caleb to chase here. Oh, if a 7 is there, though. He does have the gutter. Be a pretty sick gutter because Catman did flop top pair. A strong kicker.
Yeah, it's just more like shooting, yeah.
Catman gonna lead out to it. And backdoor hearts to go along with the gutter. You think that gives him enough equity to continue to see a turn?
I mean, you're getting, what, 4-1 here. With not a ton behind. I'm probably folding, but not insane.
So we will see the turn. The pot bloats to a little over $1,700. Queen of clubs giving Catman 2 pair.
Yeah. With Caleb making that flat, you got to be able to find bluffs here. And now, as we can see, there's no bluff that's going to work. Can Catman check? Such a strong hand. With no front door flush out there as well.
Two's all in.
And all in, snap fold. Well, if the Catman had checked there. And I honestly think that it was going to be a definite check-check situation. Trying to get to a river there just to see if he can complete that gutter. He has to know he's behind to the Catman.
Yeah. Yeah, you're probably right. Catman does have a lot of King X, a lot of Queen X in his range, and he's probably not folding for 1,500 in that situation. So there's probably little to no fold equity that Caleb has.
Well, looks like we're going to bid goodnight to Otis from the 5 seat. Always a pleasure, my friend. We wish you the best of travels, and we'll see you next week as usual.
Very well played.
Catman gonna straddle. We know what he's got. He doesn't know just yet. But Shane's got himself another pair of 10s.
Some magic hands we've seen the last hour. 10s, ace, king.
How about 6-5 suited?
More than enough for Duke to continue here.
Quick flat from the flat man. And 3 ways to the flop we go. Flopping top pair.
And Duke with the flush draw.
Yep.
Backdoor straight draw. Not super surprised to see it check around. Let's see what turn we get. Duke must like it.
It's another jack.
I do like the lead from Duke, actually. He's getting calls from 2 stronger hands, but he's probably going to get a lot of folds there.
And there's the king. So the flat man will take it down with queens up.
Unless.
Nope.
That means that he's going to take
That's
it down.
the only person that could have sold it, but we'll see if the Catman goes for any value.
We did check. And
Queens
Shane
up.
Checks behind. Makes a lot of sense. Catman takes it.
Thank you. You can take one off that side.
And we're at that point of the night. I want to throw a few thank yous out there. Of course, the illustrious dealing staff of Texas Card House Houston for making this show possible week after week. Big thank you to floor managers Eric Green, Justin Shaft, and Michael Carr doing the patrolling through the evening. Big thank you, of course, to everybody at TCH Live for not only making the studio possible, but this weekly show possible.
I did a couple of times, actually. Even Kings won't do it.
And one of the bigger thank yous, of course, to our producer tonight, Spencer Nguyen, rocking the Action Tracker seat. Thank you so much, sir.
Turn top 2. 4 folds. 7 folds.
Don't you dare.
60. Keep it nice. I want you in the hand.
9 folds.
I want you in the hand.
Just goading. Viet does not take the bait.
The Catman will.
No surprise.
A flop only Doyle could love.
Mm-hmm.
Code the Catman is sticking around a little while longer. Queen on the turn. Snap check, and Amir going to continue to bet at it with ace high.
Value betting here.
Oh, listen, do
Or
something.
maybe value bluffing. And he does take it down.
Relinquishes the kill button before the cards.
Letting everybody know what's about to happen.
Well, I just got handed the unfortunate news from our production team. This is going to be our final hand of the stream this evening. Good timing on Ben getting back to his seat for said final hand. So let's hope for a good one as we wrap things up.
Yeah, fingers crossed. This has been a great stream. Fantastic last hour. Let's hope that we ended with a bang.
You can straw them.
Oh,
You didn't miss anything.
I didn't miss it?
No.
Holy cow.
You can still straw them.
We'll start with Ben. He's got some suited queen action.
Come on, Ben. One hand to rule them all.
Ah.
Darn it.
All right, we made it another week without putting your picture on the wall, so I'll call that a win.
Soon enough. Soon enough. It's coming.
How did you? How could you didn't get a hand with Milkman? I'm like, man, I'm here.
3 ways we go to the flop. Couple of diamonds, 10 high. So Viet with the flush draw, Shane with top pair, and Amir
It's the first hand that I played
way behind.
with him. Like the first time I played with him, the first hand I played against him. Yeah. We got a 17K pot that he bluffed me.
We'll chase Amir out. Viet gonna stick around with the flush draw. So heads up we go to the turn.
I'm like, God damn. Well, people are telling me the truth actually.
Deuce
People are making
of
moves.
clubs, giving Viet a pair to go with it.
Yeah, oh,
To try to get in your head. Yeah.
That's those 5 outs.
Yeah, you're in the hand.
Let's say I'm blocking.
He's got the best table talk I've ever seen.
He sat down and Tuesday night at the table where I was playing. I'd never played him before. I'd never seen him. He sat down like 25 minutes.
One raises 860.
At around 10.
860 the raise from Viet.
And he goes for it.
I've never seen him sit
Asking for, what, 560 more from Shane to call. Getting 3-1 here.
I didn't have any hands with him in a half hour.
And he will find the fold. So Viet takes down our final pot of the evening.
just by
And it has been a wild ride. It's been a great stream. Lots of awesome action from TCH Houston. Anything you want to add before we sign off today?
I really appreciate it. Lots of fun. Always great watching these guys battle it on the felt. Thank you so much, Wes.
All right. Well, on behalf of everyone here at Texas Card House Houston, the illustrious crew here, and at TCH Live, our producer, Spencer Nguyen, for RJ, I am Wes Tucker, and we will see you